Okay, I want to welcome Isiah. He's going to be an advocate for evolution in this informal type structure debate, and Blake Lee is going to be his contender. He's going to go from the con position. I'm not sure if they're going to do any kind of structured type format. It's probably going to be very informal. Basically, I think, Blake, are you going to advocate for Young Earth Creationism, or are you going to be advocating against evolution? Or a combination?
It might be a combination. Yeah, that might be where it leads.
Okay,
Yeah,
let me invite some people then. Well, I just went live.
Okay.
People in here to act as maybe a panel if you wish. I'm gonna get Dragnot in here because he already saw it. So, and then let's see, I'll get kind of a mixture of each, so it's kind of, you know, not too one-sided. Just give me a few minutes while I invite some people, and people can come find us. Unfortunately, when I add people, I got to do it all manually. I don't know a way to like even add like 10 people at a time because the way it's all set up is extremely strange. And then we'll get things going here. I did watch your video, by the way, Blake.
Oh yeah, that one. I tried to present my case in a loving way, and also understand the other side. As weird as I may be.
All right. Well, I'm inviting. You guys go ahead and engage a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I would try to be an impartial mediator as far as giving you guys both an equal time to respond. And if people start talking over each other, obviously my position is that I am against Young Earth Creationism. I do argue about it all the time. I am a full-fledged evolution person, biology in the whole 9 yards. So we'll try to keep that as a minimum. But obviously, I want both of you guys to be able to address each other's points. So, Brad, if you want to go ahead and start from your position, and then let Isiah kind of address it.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I just want to kind of confirm if I kind of view, if I wanted to, two different positions, like evolution as kind of. Like you could kind of put it in an equation of energy, matter plus time. That's kind of the key thing I've kind of thought of evolutionists. If you wanted to really simple it down to kind of an equation, and then the story or the creation would kind of be energy, matter, time, but plus intelligence. Would you kind of agree with that? It's almost in that kind of sense of an equation. I know there's so much more, but would you think that we're kind of using the same principles, I guess, but we're adding intelligence to this? You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense?
I understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry. So we have, let's see, like for the Big Bang example. No. I'm sorry. Evolution, the theory of evolution. We have what's going on here is you have, in a very, very broad sense, you have energy and matter that's being used. And through those two things, with time, you have what we have now. That's kind of a naturalistic view, is that right? Or would you completely describe it in a different way?
Sure. I suppose that's appropriate.
Okay, yeah. And then for like the equation of like creation, we definitely, from what we have today, I would say yes, obviously matter is being used here. There's energy that we can clearly see, and then there's the time, but that there's also intelligence through this. I'm just trying to get the idea that you would agree that we both agree energy is present, matter is present, time is present, but the only thing we would disagree is intelligence. In the sense of a deity,
No, I think that would be a naturalist perspective, not really, because there are people who accept evolution, such as Professor Ken Miller, who's a Christian, of course, and he doesn't rule out a deity.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that there. But I'm sorry, but your position though
Yeah.
would be that kind of and that's cool. But I was just I've always kind of rejected the theory of evolution based on just laws, and maybe I'm sure you're obviously aware of the laws. Everyone always brings up thermodynamics, when they're trying to argue for why evolution is impossible, or the law of biogenesis, and just the probability that um, evolution is even possible. These are common things, but I'm just curious, how do you kind of like just even starting with the law of biogenesis, the life comes from life. That's what we know. That's observable. But
No.
life coming from non-life, I mean, I'm sure you've argued this 1,000 times, but this is a law here. The theory of evolution is a theory. Theory is good, but a law is a law. You know what I'm saying? So how would you,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Wouldn't that law, in my eyes, I see, okay, there's a law. I mean, and this theory is completely, from my knowledge, is just going against this law. What do you do
Well,
against when you hear biogenesis come up?
well,
You
the,
know.
the evolution doesn't violate. Evolution deals with life. What you're talking about is abiogenesis, and that doesn't violate the law of biogenesis either, because biogenesis states that essentially you can't get complex life from non-living matter, such as rats from rags. It says nothing about organic molecules forming protocells with a simple polynucleotide and
Hmm.
lipid micelles. Doesn't even get into that.
So you would say, but I don't know. Maybe I am getting I get the law of biogenesis. I thought is life coming from life, but abiogenesis. I thought or sorry, the law of biogenesis is that life comes from life. That's been observed. It's a law. That's what it is. But I thought abiogenesis is. Um, I don't think that would actually be a law. Isn't that kind of just the evolved theory or evolved hypothesis?
Abiogenesis is a hypothesis at the moment.
Yeah, a hypothesis of just kind of it's another version of spontaneous generation, kind of.
No,
No,
no. Spontaneous generation, as I said, it would be rats
that
from
was the rats.
rags.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't mention chemical processes forming organic molecules, which form simple protocells comprised of
Hmm.
polynucleotide and the lipid layer.
So yeah, so how would you confront? So you would I think you might have already said. I'm sorry if I missed it, but that how would you confront the law of biogenesis? Just that life comes from life. You know
Well,
that have you observed? Like have you observed? Uh, Even maybe personally, life just coming from life. I mean, forgive me, non-life coming from life. Even in a way that just says, okay, there's a thought that can be applied to the theory of evolution.
no, the law of biogenesis has nothing to do with abiogenesis. It doesn't. They don't contradict each other at all. Uh, For as I stated, it has nothing. We're talking about protocells here, not complex life with your nucleus and your DNA and proteins, ribosomes. No, we're talking about a simple polynucleotide and a lipid layer. Maybe there was a polypeptide bond in there. Who knows?
But do you think that? Sorry, I'm trying to understand where you're getting here. Is that we're not talking about non-life, like all of a sudden, my book becomes living, and hey, look, that's non-life becoming life. We're talking about something that isn't as non-life becoming a very, very simple life form, kind of like that, as
Yes, we're
in not,
talking.
and then slowly, 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 as
Yes,
it.
we're talking about simple chemicals becoming organic molecules, which become a simple life form.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool, cool. Glad that we're understanding each other. And that's kind of like, but that kind of reminds me of, the law of probability, because would that be kind of like, I'm not sure what you believe would be like the first. Would that be like an amino acid? Probably would be the first thing. Um,
Um, I would say nucleotides because they're they do a polynucleotide, some sort of simple polynucleotide. Not wouldn't say amino acids.
Honestly, right now I can't remember what exactly is the nucleotide. I can't even remember right now.
The nucleotide base is the ATCG. Those are the
Uh,
nucleotide bases.
okay, okay, I think I know where that's going. Okay, but um, but just going back to just the probability, I'm sure you've heard of just how everyone always says it's so unlikely for evolution to happen. I mean, look at what we've concluded mathematically for it to ever happen. And the obvious answer would just be, but it did happen. No matter how unlikely it is, you can just obviously answer with, um, but it did happen. But the
No,
more I've, sorry, what?
I would say the probability argument is ad hoc. I mean, there's an infinite number of ways DNA can be assembled, or there's an infinite number of possible amino acid sequence for a protein. I mean, it's the probability argument. It's not a great argument. I mean, the probability of one single point 0.3 milliliter or millimeter grain
Hmm.
of salt forming is astronomical with having all the atoms in place. I mean, if you're going to use that argument, that should be impossible.
But it would be well, like even today if we but this is something that I think was kind of like you can't really, or that I've seen or heard, um, you can't demonstrate, in a laboratory over and over. We can't create life, or we can't even put all those chemicals or the right molecules together, and it doesn't form. It's not forming anything. But that's kind of an
Uh,
idea.
I mean, well, there are certain things that we do know, such as a combination of basic chemicals and an energy source, such as in a little to no oxygen environment, can form the basic chemicals needed for life, such as lipids, amino acids, of course, and nucleotide bases.
Hmm.
And it's also demonstrated that amino acids can assemble into polypeptide bonds naturally. Nucleotides can assemble into polynucleotides naturally, and lipids assemble into micelles naturally. It's
But that's
a
only if
model can be formed on that.
uh that's only if they're already pre-existent, right? Because we wouldn't have just the
But I mean, if the chemicals are existent,
yeah, but I don't think I am unaware that we've actually put those chemicals together and seen them already start to create or just create other chemicals and molecules, and then just kind of start developing, to be amino acids and proteins, and slowly make up a chain. Of course, I understand that takes, according to the theory of evolution, that would take up millions of years, but just a small jump, I guess, or bond between them.
Like, I just want to quickly jump in here real quick. I think you need to clarify what the theory of evolution is, because this is going into abiogenesis, and abiogenesis, the theory of evolution, does not even address. I mean, you guys can, of course, just debate that as well, but as he just said, that theory of evolution requires the abiogenesis, which we know it does not. I think you need to try to separate the two and distinguish between the theory of evolution, and abiogenesis, because they are three different things. So you can either
Yeah.
discuss theory of evolution, you can discuss evolution, which is as you define it in population genetics, and abiogenesis, because it seems to be kind of conflating and it might confuse people here.
Yeah, I would say go for that because if I'm making a mistake here, I would like to know
It's
where
just a category issue, that's all.
Yeah.
Abiogenesis is a hypothesis. It's not a scientific theory. Evolution doesn't require it any more than plate tectonics requires it. Isaiah, you there still? Isaiah seems to be having technical issues. Well, while he is AFK dealing with in real life stuff, just to go over a few things that you've said so far, Blake. Obviously, we want to make the distinction there. He said that probability was a ad hoc. It's actually a post hoc, and as Rational Mind pointed out, that using post hoc, you can pretty much make anything seem impossible. It's a really non-effective way to do.
To debate that. But I thought let's see. I thought that kind of abiogenesis hypothesis kind of was supposed to. It doesn't kind of connect into evolution at all, or that it's not really part of that theory. They are two separate things.
Yeah, there are. By the way, there are some biologists that are trying to connect them, like P.Z. Myers suggests that it should be connected, but in modern mainstream, they are separate things.
Oh, okay.
Are you back right there?
No.
No, guess not.
No.
So I just wanted to keep those kind of separate. So, what dealing specifically with evolution? I mean, you have to start with the basis of what evolution actually is, which is defined in population genetics. Very specifically, it is the change of allelic frequency of a given population of species genetic pool from one generation to the next generation over time.
Yeah.
Is that something you
Yeah, exactly.
are against, or you don't accept that happens?
I actually, I don't accept that. I don't see that happening in that way, or at least I see change and kind of see evolution happening, But as goes as far as the theory of evolution, kind of that they are changing towards, different kinds or perhaps a different species, I don't see that happening, or at least. Yeah, I mean, I guess honestly, that's just me personally. I don't see that happening. I've looked for it. I'm not just trying to openly reject it.
Sure.
Maybe there's something I'm totally missing, but.
So you do accept there's allelic frequency change. Obviously, in any population, if there's no change of alleles, then there would all be clones. How far of speciation do you accept? I mean, no speciation, some types of speciation.
A common example, like dogs. I would believe, I could, if I look and someone shows me a wolf and even their house dog, no matter how small it is or big, I look and I go, you know what? There's a similarity there. The way they growl, how they're presented with their fur, and I mean, I guess a lot of animals have those characters. They'll growl and they'll have their fur, but you look at it and you go, okay, that's not a monkey, or that's not a bird, And so I look at that and I go, okay, I would believe, or you could convince me that maybe somewhere down the line, it branched off, and they have common ancestry, but I just don't see. If going way, way, way far back, that I could look and go, maybe me, and the ape or the dog, if they would have a common ancestry going far back. That's where I don't. I don't know.
All right. Well, you do accept the concept of a common ancestry. The two related lines of phylogeny. It seems like you do accept, obviously, some speciation must occur, because even in the creationist model, they accept allopatric and sympatric speciation, because without speciation, their model could not even exist. The only problem with their model is that they have extremely rapid speciation that's nobody been able to actually explain how fast that rapid speciation would actually have had to been. It would have been like ridiculously fast. But so you do understand some evolutionary concepts, that you do accept some of them.
Oh yeah. I do. I don't. Yeah.
By the way, Rational is with us here. Rational Mind. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Do you want to chime in here? While Isaiah is still
doing
whatever he's doing. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I don't mind. I've got one quick thing to show Blake, possibly.
Because you said earlier you accept my.
Sorry, except what?
He said you accept something. I didn't catch what word it was either. Rational, can you repeat that, please? Or not. What was it you said that he accepted?
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say, Blake, did you say earlier you accepted microevolution?
I want to make sure. Yeah, I guess micro. Yes, I just
yeah. Yeah, so I just wanted to show you this quick.
All right, well, let's define microevolution for people real quick. Just
yeah, I wanted to make sure because I may perceive it as someone else perceives it differently. I'm sure there's just supposed to be one definition, but like we were saying,
microevolution is evolutionary changes within a species or
like the dog and wolf thing that I was saying, right?
Set. Basically, a single species would be microevolution, which include genetic drift, natural selection, migration, which is gene flow, and any of those processes for evolution that occur in a single species at the species level is called. They generally refer to as micro. It's an arbitrary distinction on that, but for the most part, if you guys would accept that as a working definition at the species level or within a single species.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Like with maybe a woolly mammoth and an elephant, I would believe, or that you look around and you see different elephants, you would believe that they're all elephants, but they have different characteristics just because of how they've changed and maybe their climate or adapted, kind of like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can work with that.
That works kind of. We can work with that.
Real quick, are you back?
Yeah, that's fine. So the point I was trying to get at is basically you sound like you accept the small changes, but you have trouble sort of seeing how you could go from like ancestor to human, or dinosaur to bird, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so can you see my screen, my screen share?
Yeah, the 8 thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me, is this to that? Is that microevolution? That tiny little change there.
Wait, sorry. This to that, like, what to what, like.
So I say it's a video, and I'm going to play like a second of it at a time.
Oh, okay.
So if you just watch the ape now, is that to that microevolution? Do you say?
Oh, I can't see anything.
It's so small. I'll come back a bit longer. Okay, so is this?
I noticed a slight change in
yeah.
Sorry, I think because I was looking at it in the big picture, but then I think somebody made a noise and then it put it back down small, and I missed it.
Me?
Sorry, what? Oh, yeah. There we go, okay.
Okay, great. Yeah, so just watch the photo, or watch the video. So is this to that microevolution? Is that possible? Is that feasible within
is it the result of
generations? Is that within limits of kinds?
I would say it could be even a mutation.
Exactly, yeah. It's the sort of thing you might expect to happen.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So would you say this to this could be microevolution?
I mean, I think I know where you're gonna. If you slowly do that, after a while, you could get a person.
Exactly. I mean, I'll run through it really quickly. It's only a minute long, but basically, it gives you an idea of this sort of very slow changes that could have happened. This isn't evidence. This isn't from fossils or anything like that. Really, it's just giving you an idea of how the process works.
Yeah, and we should also comment that speciation actually in biology is macroevolution, because speciation is actually dealing with multiple populations. So by the definition, it's macro. But as he's showing you here, these little changes over time, they do add up, and you would have to come up with an arbitrary line of where the speciation stops. Where do these changes?
Exactly. There's no second where you can just say, okay, right there, that was that change that can't be doable within kinds or something like that.
Where's the arbitrary limit that Blake wants to try to impose here?
Wait, was that a question to me?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Well, I hope this makes sense. But I look at that and I go, hey, there's an idea, or there's something that could work. I look at that and say, are you kidding me? This is a joke, right? How could this be this? I look at that and I go, hey, there is something that there's an idea, and there's evidence to back it up, or there's a viewpoint, the evidence to back it up. But I look at that differently. I don't see that actually happening.
Hello?
Even in the fossil record, I know there are a lot of claims of certain things, but
Looking
I
up
just
today.
don't. Perhaps my prepositions,
Well, what don't you see?
just make me refute, some of these ideas as maybe for you.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't presenting the video as some kind of evidence of this is what happened.
Oh,
It's more
no,
just an
I
idea
know.
to give you an idea of how it's supposed to work. You're not supposed to see big changes suddenly. You're not expecting to see chimpanzees turn to humans or anything like that. It's a very slow process, and it's small changes that do add up.
Yeah. So, are you saying that micro evolution would be that would work, or that was not macro, that was supposed to be micro?
Well, no, every second of that video, if you take seconds and steps, each
Uh-huh.
step of that was microevolution. But when you compare the start to the finish, that's obviously macroevolution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess I think of yeah. Okay. I mean, so you're saying microevolution is macroevolution, but after a long period of time. Does that make sense? Is that right?
Pretty
Is that
much, yeah.
kind of the idea? Okay.
Yeah.
Um, but like I said, that there's a idea, and I know that wasn't like the proof. That wasn't, hey, we took an ape and here's what happened after a long time of video footage. But I look at that and I go, like I said, that there's an idea, there's something that could work. I just
Yeah.
I don't believe that to be true. And I can't just say, and here's this fact why, because this. It's just I guess my prepossession just kind of where I am with the lore just kind of makes me refute that idea or view it differently, view certain facts differently.
In fairness, it's our claim. We have to give you evidence for it. So you understand the process. You just want to know how we know that, why we think that, basically.
Yeah, because Blake
I
seems
mean,
to be coming from an ontological position rather than an evidential one right now.
Oh, rational.
Hey,
Yeah, he snuck in here. I don't know who let him in. Somebody did. The back door was open. I mean, do you want to see evidence, Blake? I mean, do you want to discuss like the
Well,
evidential claims for evolution, or
I mean,
where do you want to go with it?
it's like I know some claims, and I've definitely looked into evolution. There was a time when I really observed it and was like, okay, maybe this is something that I should actually start believing or considering. But when I looked, it's just like every fact or every bit of, yeah, I'll say fact. There's an interpretation, of that fact. I'm sure you've heard that kind of all the time. So you view something, and then I kind of view it. I can view it differently, or I view that it's something, yeah, something else rather than what you perceive it to be. Perhaps based on prepositions, where we stand with what we believe. Does that make sense?
Well,
yeah, that makes
the
sense.
things we see are concordant with evolutionary predictions. I mean, I pointed out a few myself. For example, if we're going to make the claim humans share a common ancestor with ape, I mean, one of the predictions would be we'd expect to be genetically close, and that's exactly what you find.
Oh, genetically close. Yeah, but you've seen. I don't want to get all Ray Comfort, but you can look at even the genetic similarities in a banana or even a cat, and of course I guess it doesn't look to be as good as perhaps I actually can't remember if it's ape or chimpanzee how you would say it, but I look at that and I go, okay, there is similarities, but I kind of view that as a designer who makes his creation and has similarities, just kind of showing his just that it is a common designer, who made all these things. That's how I look at it. And then looking at just how close again, I don't have any masters in genetics, but looking at how close those two are, being the ape and us, I would see that even though the percentage is high, that small percent is still a lot of information. And that it might be the illusion that because we look so similar, but then again, they have like 4 hands. Their backbone is a lot different. But we don't have to go into all that. But I understand, you could say, after millions of years, that could change, however slow or fast it is. So, I look at that and I say, hey, there's another story, but I have my story. I have my way of looking at it that I find logical, and you have your way that's logical.
Hold on, did you say 4 hands? I mean, my eyes aren't good, but I'm pretty sure my ears are. Did you say 4 hands?
No, you're right. And sorry, I'm talking about the bone structure, how they walk, and how they function, how they can all function. I can't use my feet like you would say the ape's feet work, or the chimpanzee. They have, it's different.
No, you still have that little toe. That's your big toe. It's homologous to your big toe. But I mean, if we're going to get into how they walk, look at Australopithecus. They walk just like us, upright.
Also, I just added one thing.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know what you're saying. But like I'm saying, even if, hey, look, there is one that walks like us, I still look at that as, hey, there's just common design. There's still a lot of variation no matter how you look at genetics, and we don't even know like I said, I have no masters in genetics or anything, but from what I see, it just doesn't, it's not enough for me to say, okay, I'm going to go with the theory of evolution, and I'm going to reject God, who I know personally, which I mean, I don't really wouldn't want to get into that, because my evidence of God, isn't as, if it's personal evidence, no matter what I see or if I feel or even if I have touched him, that wouldn't be any evidence to present to anybody else to say, hey, look, see, since I have this, believe me, I mean, that's how I feel like Mormonism is, You have one guy that says something and says everyone believe, and you have all these people that do just because of what he says, But I'm sorry, I didn't want to rant. Does that make sense? That, of course there are things that I can look and say, hey, I look at that as evidence for evolution or facts of evolution, of the theory of evolution. But I look at that and say, no, I see that as facts of a creator, of a common design,
Yeah, I mean,
So
to me,
I
it
don't
doesn't
know.
make why the designer has to put a pattern in the fossil record. I mean, from Australopithecus to Homo erectus, there's a clear transition to where you're getting more human-like, till eventually you lose that stupid little eyebrow.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Sarcum, for example, that shrinks. Well, it gets longer and, well, no, it shortens and it gets wider. It's enabled bipedalism, and the skull, the spine begins to enter towards the back for bipedalism, and the hands become more. Have you seen Homo naledi? Have you seen its feet? That's a really interesting thing. Its feet.
You see, I wish I studied more taxonomy or something. I don't know, because I know some of the names you're giving, but then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what are that one? What's this one? I've seen lots of pictures. I never memorized the name of them, and I've seen, what you're saying, that I guess not missing link, or just links, what we would describe as links to, to us, to them, But I look at those and I see them as different as, maybe it's just another species. It's something that's dead. I have no idea, exactly how it really functioned or not. Or, sorry, were you talking about just the fossils being found and how you can match it up, or the actual layers of fossils? Like, you go this deep, you find this. You go here, you'll find this.
think it really has anything to do with how deep. But I'm no expert in geology. I mean, that has to do with. The
Yeah,
dates
same
are.
here. Same here. I'm no expert there.
Yeah, I'd say the dates are important and when they lived, for
Yeah,
example.
that's true. Um, and then I'm still studying about the whole dating method thing, because there's some methods I'm looking at. I'm like, every creationist says, oh, deny that, this isn't true. But then there's some dating methods I go, hey, you know what? That's actually that seems logical. This seems to be consistent, that or trustworthy, that you could risk some beliefs on, um, rather than saying, let's just see where this dating method takes us in 100 years. I look at this method and I go, hey, that seems pretty legit. But I mean, I could believe I I believe that God made Adam and Eve, in the garden, and out of dirt, or however He really wanted to do it. But like when He did that, I don't believe it was like children. I believe it was like, you know, male and female. Like they could have appeared like 30 years old, and I don't know how old their their makeup would appear scientifically, and nor do I do when He formed the Earth. How old would it appear the Earth was if somebody had their laboratory out right then and there and took some dirt and said, "Oh my goodness, this looks to be 4 billion years old based on how this rock is, or how this carbon is." And so that's why I don't want to be just completely stupid or ignore dating methods or facts, but a lot of the time I'm looking at them going, well, I don't know. I look at the rock and I look at
Can you tell me what dating methods you do accept, and which ones you specifically do not? Would you be able to do that?
like I said, the names, I don't even I don't know the names of these, or even I don't even know all of them. This topic I'm just now talking about is something I'm still looking into, because I don't even know them all, and I'm trying to figure them out and get them straight. As to which I would say, okay, this looks reliable, or this is good. So, like I said, I'm sorry, I don't know everything about the whole dating methods, but that's something I'm still looking into.
So it sounds like you kind of think that God created everything with age, basically. So He created Adam and Eve with age. He created rocks with age. Is that right?
Yeah, and so yeah, exactly. And so I think of looking at those kind of things. If something was fossilized with it, and again, I don't know any dating method names, but if you look at that, it could be it could appear that it was fossilized, and where you see the fossils with that rock could be this age, or so on. So I don't know. I feel like the presuppositions, they always come in and they keep us from uh, believing in the other person's belief. Like I heard a story. I'll say it real quick because I think it's really relevant here. Um, a guy comes in maybe you've heard it. A guy comes in the hospital and he tells his doctor that he believes he's dead, and the doctor's like, "No, you're alive. Look," and he gives all these reasons as to why you're alive. Look, you're breathing, and he says, "No, dead man can appear to breathe." And he says, "Well, can dead man bleed?" And he's like, "No, the heart's not working. It can't. He can't bleed." And he stabs. So the doctor gives him a little poke of a needle. He starts bleeding, and the guy's answer is, "Oh, look at that. I guess dead man can bleed." It's there may be no wait, I think presuppositions really come in. That's why I keep bringing it up here, because I think that really comes into place, that no matter what fact is presented, there's always another view of that fact.
That's kind of sounds like a hard solipsist type question, though. But Rational asked you about, do you think that God created things old? And there's a hypothesis that is called the
Oh
omphalos
yeah.
hypothesis, which is basically God made it appear that the Earth is old, things were created with age. Is that a hypothesis you support? Because I thought you were a Young Earth Creationist with the omphalos
Oh
hypothesis.
no, I understand what you're saying. So I look. Oh, sorry, I saw something. So I look at the earth and I go, I believe that, the Bible is correct, it's infallible, and that by using the Bible as the dating method for history, I can say it looks like the earth is 6,000 to 2,000, that it's been here present in time, but the atoms, the example, like carbon, it has it presents itself possibly, and I know this can sound really like, are you kidding me right now? It presents itself. It's but like with the characteristics of something old, because that's how it was designed in the very beginning. So that's why I know that seems really, it may seem kind of crazy, but that's why I look at that and I go, okay, I think that observation of carbon, or the observation of some other element that maybe I don't know how you can date, that observation makes sense. From what we see in carbon today, observable science, what we see today, it looks like that this should be this old because we can look at it today, what science is observing it and testing it. So that seems to make sense, but I don't know how that element was treated, or how I don't know, it came by.
So you're saying that the multiple branches of science, and it's quite a few numbers of them, I would estimate in the dozens, that have consilience to about 4.54 billion years. You would say that was the science that was demonstrating that, or that God just made it appear that way?
You see,
If I can answer that before you answer quickly. Yeah, because the problem I have with that idea of God creating everything with age, first, well, the obvious question would be why. Because God's omniscient, he must have known that if he did that, some people in the future would think, oh, look, the Earth is old. And then that would, help the devil with evolution or whatever you believe.
Yeah.
So, yes, so first of all, why? And then also, because it's not necessary to create rocks with a certain elemental composition, or with other things used for dating, so like selenium halos, this sort of thing. There's no reason to create them in this way that makes them look old. It doesn't help the rock structure, or it doesn't make them harder or anything like that. That's just how they are. There's no reason to create them to look old. That's what I don't get.
And I would say that I would even argue, go so far to say that if the God is a God of not of confusion, then why would he make it appear old just to deceive people?
Yeah, that's you see, that argument is very I don't know. It's very correct, because I look and I would say God's not a God of confusion. Yet why are there so many Christian denominations? Why is there Christians that believe in evolution, Christians that don't? Why can't we all just be consistent, so that way atheists like yourselves can look and go, okay, maybe they have something there, rather than always looking at it and going, they're a confused mess. Well, we're united. Something kind of like that. And I understand it, but I look at that going, I don't think God, it's like, let me think. So, like, I would look at it, and there's a lot of arguments to say, with science that we know now, how it's presented, we would look and go, are you like that it's a joke that the day before God creates the sun or anything, he makes trees. There's an argument, and you look at it and you go, that's ridiculous, because whatever we know now, if we didn't have the sun and the earth for one day, everything would be just a mess. It would be gone. It'd be dead. And so I look at that going, that we just, again, this goes back to the prepositions, because I can't see that information and go, oh, I must reject it now. I look and I go, well, there must be a reason why. If he's God and all-knowing, I believe that, for example, that he would make the earth with those characteristics, because he understands physics and he understands the chemistry makeup of these things, and that's how he wanted to design it. It wasn't so later everyone would go, hey, wait, I'm confused. Which one is it? It's so that way maybe even 100 years from now we'll look at it and we'll discover something new and go, okay, this makes sense why maybe God would make it old. Kind of like, why would he not make Adam and Eve a baby, and rather he starts with Adam to be a man, a full-grown man, I don't know, he has his reasons, and there's things that I can't know.
Well, just as a point of record, I'm an apatheist, not an atheist. But you said before, when you were talking to Isiah. By the way, I want to welcome Dragnot. I don't know how he got in here either. I keep leaving the back door open. These people just kind of come on in. No, I'm just kidding. I invited Drag.
Hey, apathy. What is and I may have seen it before. What exactly is an apatheist?
An apatheist is somebody who doesn't really consider the theist position as something to really be evaluated in their life. It makes really no difference to them.
Okay.
Agnostic, where I don't think the term God is well defined in that claim, because generally an atheist is someone who rejects the claim of a God or God's existence. Mm-hmm. But I think that's kind of ill-defined, because in certain situations I might be an atheist, like toward a Young Earth Creationist God, but I might be more theistic toward some other version of a deity.
Oh, if someone
but it's really not an issue I really worry about too much. I just for the sake of being online, I'm just an apatheist, because nothing I really care one way or another. I'll argue either position, or you know, look at the claims for either position. But let me ask you. You said
That's
when
actually
you were
pretty
discussing
cool.
with Isaiah
Yeah.
on the video that you had, that you did say you were a Young Earth Creationist. Can you give me an example of what, since you seem to be evidentially based, you seem to at least have an understanding of methodological naturalism. So what evidence would you say exists to even have a Young Earth Creationist viewpoint or model? Because you've already said that there's many sciences out there, there's many types of dating methods that do have the Earth dated to 4.5 billion years. Well, carbon dating would not be one of them, by the way. That's only effective to about 57,000 years, maximum 100,000 with more
Yeah, I
methods.
agree. Yeah.
Okay, so what evidence would you have to actually say, as an example, this could be used to support a Young Earth Creationist model rather than negative evidence against a old Earth? And then we'll let you answer. Then I want to get dragged in here because these are usually entertaining for the most part.
Okay. Yeah. So when I look at, let me think. I want to make sure I say this right. So for me, just being a Christian, I'm always going back to the Bible. I'm always testing the Bible, its reliability, and maybe you have some contradictions you believe in that there isn't. I honestly don't, but maybe we can talk about that later. But so I look at that, and I'm always looking at, and I say, I believe it to be true. I believe it to be historically true. And with that, I take historical evidence into account as it being old. I take in my personal experience. I think in the video I was bringing up, I looked at evolution. I said, hey, there seems to be evidence that aren't just like you can look at it and say, I'll just say this because it fits the theory of evolution. You can look at it and say, hey, that actually could really possibly be an answer when I look at that. But then just because of my own personal relationship with Christ, it leads me to reject some of those truths. So scientific observable evidence of a young Earth. I always go back to the Bible when I see evidence. At least I perceive it as evidence of a young Earth, and how.
You're not suggesting that the Bible is the scientific evidence. I understand you take it as historical accuracy,
yes.
which is obviously debatable. But I mean, I'm asking for empirical evidence. I'm asking for what we can demonstrate using science. I mean, I understand your position from the Bible. I'm not trying to discount that, but you can't use that as something in the scientific realm. In other words, we can't go to a lab and say, "Here's the Bible. Let's make this the presupposition and start doing experiments from there." So, what is it about science that gives you to lean into a Young Earth creation? Then you can argue that it supports your Young Earth creation model from, like, you believe from the Bible as a presupposition. I'm fine with that, but you can't just use the Bible to support a scientific reasoning for it. So, what would be the scientific-based evidential claim?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I understand what you're saying. For example, when I look at, I mean, it really. I keep finding myself that it goes back to the Bible, just because when I look, because I'm always perceiving when I see these layers, and because I went to Mexico recently, and I remember seeing a bunch of sea life, marine life, on the top of this mountain that we were in a cave with, a tourist attraction. And I'm looking at it, and I perceive that, and I go, hey, that reassures my belief or idea that these things they're not old. They didn't, they don't seem to fit that geological record or layers. I actually can't remember the name that you'd say it. I would look at that and I go, that reassures the historical. Because it goes back to historical evidence. Because I just wasn't there to see when the Earth was made. I wasn't there to. I can't really look at anything in the present world.
Can I ask for a clarification real quick? You said you went to Mexico and you were looking at strata, I'm guessing?
Oh, I don't know what the rock was.
Oh, it was like a rock formation, or was it a layer, or what in particular?
It was a rock that was split, and you could, sure, maybe somebody actually came up and carved a bunch of looking fossils, but that's what it was. I look and I see much marine life. There's a sign that says that. Yeah. So I found marine life, and I'm not the only one who has. It's not like I went up to the mountain and all of a sudden it was like, oh my goodness, I made a great discovery. It's all around.
So just at a cursory glance of, when I say cursory glance, I'm not even sure if it was that. I'm just, from what you were observing from that rock formation, you said you saw some fossilized marine life.
I'm sorry I missed that. Could you say that one more time?
You said you saw rock formation in Mexico, and it didn't look as old
Yeah.
as purported. And you said there was marine life in there, if I'm not mistaken.
So what I'm trying to say is just that according to the idea that these marine life shouldn't be on the top of a mountain this high. I mean, maybe there could be a theory to say, there was water up there at one time, or that this part was flooded. I don't know. How there could always be
Are you talking about like marine life in the actual varve of the sedimentary layers? A varve is a layer, like a thickness of the layer of a sedimentary layer that every year that's one deposited. You're saying there's marine life in there because there is obviously many places that exist. We call that plate tectonics of why at one time it was at seabed level and then it's obviously elevated. But what is that still? How does that imply young Earth when there are?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so I didn't mean that to last so long.
Explain that, because I don't see that how that it supports the young Earth model. Actually, I see that kind of hurting the young Earth model. But
I just kind of viewed it as it was kind of attacking the idea that there are layers that the deeper you'll go, and maybe this was refuted a long time ago. I don't know, but that the deeper you go, you should find older fossils. Is that right? Is that still a thing? I think so.
It's generally right.
Generally,
I'm sorry, that's what I thought. And so when I see that up there, I go, okay, that discredits, to me, it discredits that idea. It doesn't say that's it. Now that I see that means the Earth is, young. Not at all. I cannot prove everything that I would show for evidence, the marine life up there or anything. It's not.
Well, just
I guess
because
you could say it's not valid. I'm sorry, it's not
it's
valid.
not a layer, though. You do understand that, though, right? I mean, even at Mount Everest, there's sedimentary layers on the top of the mountain, past there's a layer of metamorphic rock, and then underneath granite.
Granite.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, we do find fossilized, fossilization of small marine life in there. There's no question about that. But at one time, that was much lower, of course.
I guess I understand what you're saying, that you could find that because the Earth does shift and things move, and so it can mix it up just a little bit, kind of like that's what you're saying, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. And
again, I can't actually go against that, and maybe we're going too far from what I'm supposed to actually be saying about evidence for young Earth, But really, it always comes back for me. It comes back to the Bible. And I know, like you said, you can't look at the Bible and say, "Hey, I can test this paper," and it looks to be only 10,000 years old, and so but.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, just the last comment was I can't look at that. That's completely. It's a belief. It's a belief that it's millions of years old. It's a belief. You're relying. I look at the Bible and I say I really believe this is factual and trustworthy. But then, you look at certain facts and you say, I believe this to be trustworthy because it's, I can view this and it looks to be reliable or compatible. And so I guess we have two different.
Before Dragon asks you a question, let me just ask you real quick. I mean, you do like the first 5 books of Moses were basically an oral tradition passed down from rabbinical lines, right? I mean, it was basically the Talmud, the oral law. It was considered by the rabbinical Jews to be a allegory type story, correct? Which the Christians have included and now have made into a literal translation, which it was never really intended to be. So when you say that you're taking the Bible, literally, or that is your point of reference,
I take
just giving you're giving it more evidential credibility than it normally has, especially in science. But I want Dragnet to ask you a question.
Okay.
You're going to spoil my fun. I was going to ask him if he
I never let you have fun.
I know, it's fucked up. But okay, I want to get your position correct before I ask the question. So, are you a biblical literalist as far as Adam being literally made out of the dust from the earth, like it states in Genesis?
Yeah. For the example, yeah, I believe in that.
Okay.
Through dust.
So it would. Go ahead.
I wouldn't look and say, look, God threw dust in the air, and all of a sudden, he threw enough and compacted it enough that look, there's a human, there's not enough detail to go by. But I believe that somehow in that formation, that just dirt itself, which might seem demeaning to be made out of dirt, but I mean that was used as part. That's not everything, you know. But
Oh, okay. It
yeah,
was integral to the formation.
yeah, because I wouldn't think that, you know, that was poetic to say, you know, there was dirt and look, now here we are, you know.
Well, I've had this conversation with a few Christians who take a similar stance, and I actually went and looked up the Hebrew, and the word is afar, and we translated it from a theologian, and it comes out to mean quite literally dust of the earth. What's interesting about that is that we know what that's made of. We know 90% of the Earth's surface is silicon dioxide. What's really interesting about silicon is that it is, at least as far as its ability to bond to other atoms, it's in the valence. It's very similar to carbon. Carbon is like the whore of molecules.
Yeah.
It can attach to anything and be used as glue. So silicon has a very similar property. They're not the same, but very similar. So technically, we could have been made of silicon. There's even a Star Trek episode where there's silicon-based life. But what's really interesting is that we're not. If you take apart our proteins and carbohydrates and whatnot, we are carbon-based life and not silicon-based life. So to me, if Genesis were true, we would be made of silicon.
That seems that's a logical thought, you know. The first thing that comes to mind is just that was Adam. Eve was made out of, you know, rib. I don't know how I think I would say how their genome, or how they were made for when they have children, you know, because she's using food, she's using a lot of different things to make children, and that ancestry to now where we can study. I don't know how it would change, but I think that's how I view it.
Would you assert that Adam and Eve had a perfect genome, that they would be considered the perfect human? Literally, they would have to have a perfect genome, and some type of entropic decay after that.
At least, yeah,
genomic decay, I guess they call it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say that they were preserved, and with God there, that yeah, it would be. You know, you've heard, you know, that there's the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and then there's the tree of life. They were told, do not eat the tree of knowledge of good and evil, but, you know, the tree of life, you know, have as much as you want, you know. I think God had a way, and, you know, being all knowing, he would have had to have known that they would sin and that they would reject him, but anyway, so having the access to the tree of life, it could be through that maybe it helps restore certain things, or it could be through anything else that he wants, you know. I wasn't there, you know, I only know what the word says. So that's how I perceive that. And then as soon as they sin, he's like, okay, you're not going to have, you know, keep yourself perfect and pure with the tree of life. You need to die. You're going to die someday, and it's just part of my plan, and however he works it, you know. So that's a view that I look at that, you know.
Sure, that's the theological perspective, but my question was, would Adam and Eve necessarily be perfect human? Would they have the perfect genome, and then we have a genomic decay since then? And if so, what would if we took a karyotype of it and we saw, you know, all the chromosomes, what would the perfect genome be? Because obviously you know about mitochondrial Eve, and you know about Y chromosome Adam, which go back a few 100,000 years. We can trace that back. We can trace it back just as easily as we can saying you and your cousin look at your genome and do one for your grandparent and say, oh, look, they're related. It's not a matter of design. It's a matter of the fact you are related to one of your grandparents.
Yeah, genetically, yeah.
So using that same DNA sequencing, and we use the mitochondrial DNA to go back 200,000 years to determine the common ancestry of some woman whose lineage continued while everybody else died off. How does that fit in with the paradigm that you have from the Bible, which basically is saying there's a perfect genome when we do not know what a perfect genome would mean, because in biology there's really no such thing, obviously.
I mean, it always goes back to faith and believe. You know, I've never seen a perfect genome. You know, I've never seen a tree of life or a tree of knowledge and good and evil. You know, yet I believe it. So, you know, I know that
even if the science is completely conflicting with it? I mean, are you saying that your personal belief? We know that, like you've admitted, there's many denominations out there, and it's not a matter of belief in God. It's specifically the Young Earth model that I'm addressing. That supersede actual science.
Sorry. Well.
Yeah, I mean, as Drag points out, there's something called, wait, have you ever heard of something called parthenogenesis? There's a female, there are female snakes, and there's some female lizards that actually reproduce parthenogenically, meaning that they are a clone of themselves for the most part. They are what would be a perfect quote unquote genome for that species, I guess you can argue, as he does. So things do not have to actually even reproduce after male and female kind of thing. A female can actually become impregnated without a male in certain species. But I think my main argument, or my main point would be, why would you think that a belief system, an ontological belief system, can supersede what we know to be factual? And we know the DNA record is factual, we know the phylogeny is factual, we know the fossil record is factual, we know all these things have factual components, and yet you just all of a sudden say, well, I don't want to accept any of that science, and then say, well, I like science and everything, but I don't accept any of it. I find that to be a very untenable position.
I definitely understand what you're saying there, but I in my perspective I look at science and I see, okay, yeah, there's a fact, but that fact, I believe, can be interpreted differently.
Can you give me an example? How do you interpret the mRNA, mitochondrial RNA from modern times that we can demonstrate it goes back, I believe it's 200,000 years. So you might correct me, it could be up to 300 maybe, but something in that ballpark. I'm going to say 200,000 years. If that's a scientific fact that we can actually demonstrate, then what other way can you look at it? If you say common design, I can understand that, but how does that support a Young Earth model that's only 7,000 years?
Yeah. I wish I could address that right now. I've never heard of that.
What kind of? You never heard of mitochondrial Eve?
Yeah, I definitely want to look. Sorry, what?
Okay. I'm asking you. You haven't heard of mitochondrial Eve or Y chromosome Adam?
Dang, I would love to address that.
Sure.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to address it like you guys talking, because you guys are like on some other level. But said there are two interpretations on the fact that was stated poorly. So there's the evidence that either side, and there's interpretation on the odd or on the evidence. So it's not an interpretation on the fact. I don't can interpret a fact differently, or how things can be changed differently. So when you said 200,000 years, I'm sure there's science on the other side which says this is incorrect because this.
None that I know of. Literally none that I know of. I think it's pretty well established. I don't know of any conflicting viewpoint on that. Do you, Rational? You're much more educated on genetics.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second then. So looking for.
Do you know any conflicting scientific viewpoints for mitochondrial Eve? Because I estimated it, from what I recall, it was about 200 years ago, and I'm way too lazy to go look shit up. So if we assume a couple 100,000 years, I don't think there's any evidence scientifically against that. I don't know of any conflicting viewpoint, because it's basically just based on common descent. So I mean, it's this her line and Y chromosome Adam's line.
Is this based on Homo sapien or Homo neanderthalis or Homo I'm too lazy to look it up too.
Homo sapiens. I mean, basically all the other lines died out except for this particular person or male, and I think they were about 100,000 years apart. I mean, they weren't even the same generations. But I agree that facts are not really open to interpretation. Is maybe actually more what explains them better. So the fact is that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the fact remains that the mitochondrial DNA goes back a couple 100,000 years. That's the fact. How we explain it, that's open to interpretation.
Well, no, to be fair, the fact is we have this amount of mitochondrial sort of variation in the human race, and this is the rate we observe it changing at the moment. So obviously there is unlimited possibilities of explanations. You could say, okay, it was faster in the past, somehow it was magicked into existence this way. You can explain it any number of ways. The idea is to find the best explanation. And in the case of evolution, it's the explanation that ties all the facts together. That's what makes a good scientific theory. So you can explain every fact in a different way, but you have to every single time you have to do an ad hoc explanation to explain it away. Mm-hmm. You can't make a cohesive theory and make predictions off of it.
Yeah, I would agree with that because I mean the whole point of evolution is it is a model that explains. And it's also predictive as well. I don't see any explanatory or predictive abilities for a young Earth creationist model. What does it predict?
Um,
What predictive powers does it have?
well, I
And
would
what
say,
actually is your version of the creationist young Earth model? I still haven't really you haven't given me an idea of what
yeah.
you think happened from a scientific point of view.
Well, when I look at the what it predicts, I think the younger it predicts exactly what we see here. Even just going straight to the Bible, of course, looking at the Tower of Babel, it's supposed to tell you why we have different languages, and of course the theory of evolution has its own example of that, and then it tells you, Noah's flood. It tells you this is the example of why things are the way they are right now, and the theory of evolution has its own interpretation or explanation. They both give you this idea of why things are the way they are now.
Uh, it's not really okay. It's not a retroactive explanation. It's a predictive model. So if I say based on evolution, there's a particular species of perch that will make its, I guess you can call it transformation, makes its transition from a fully aquatic animal to an amphibian and eventually to a reptile. If I make that prediction based on the evidence that I have, I should be able to find examples of it eventually. That's what kind of prediction that I want to say he's looking for. And there's actually an example of that. There is a species of walking perch that has developed something called a labyrinth chamber to help it breathe oxygen on land, and actually develop a thick coat of slime, for lack of a better term, so that it won't dry out its skin when it is traveling from pool to pool or whatever it's doing. So what type of young Earth creationist model can be used to predict something we have yet to see?
Um,
Well, I think everyone agrees that the Earth, well, not the Earth, the universe is still expanding, and I don't want to say young Earth creationist, but the Bible basically not predicts, but it tells us that the universe, God stretched out the heavens, so the universe is still expanding. So I think
Yeah,
that
and it's accelerating too, though, and the Bible doesn't mention anything about that.
I mean,
Why is
yeah,
that? Why
it
why
technically
why
says
did that
it.
get? And that's why I said we discovered in the last couple of decades. So why didn't the Bible mention that? Because this is what we referred to about a post hoc things and ad hoc, and those kind of things are just kind of well, we know this now, and therefore we retroactively try to fit the data of the Bible. But as you said, the Bible says God stretched forth the heavens. He says it in a few places, but he doesn't say that the stretching is accelerating, which we observe in the universe. So if you're going to use it as a science book, doesn't it have to give us some kind of information? I mean, we didn't come up with the Big Bang model because the Bible said it. There was no predictive ability there. It's ad hoc or post hoc, actually. So can you tell me why the Bible didn't kind of neglected one of the critical things that we should have known that we didn't know until I think it was 2 decades ago or so?
critical thing that we should have known. What was that again?
Well, the universe is expanding, but it's
Yeah.
also, as we found out not too long ago, that's actually accelerating. Which is contrary to what we had thought, because of course, after an initial condition, we thought that things would lose energy basically and slow down. There'd be a slowing period. There'd be a mega point perhaps where gravity would take over and basically it would start collapsing again. But we are finding out now that it's not only expanding, but it's moving faster, contrary to what we expected. And there's reasons for that, which I'm not going to get into. But how come the Bible didn't mention that? Because 30 years ago, you would have said, oh, look, the Bible's saying it's expanding. But it didn't mention anything to give us any predictability about why it's accelerating.
Well, I personally don't see the need for that. I think that's getting entirely too picky with the Bible. But I don't see the need for it. But I did send a prediction that I found the answers in Genesis showing a prediction that creation has successfully predicted.
Well, I normally don't take AIG as any authoritative source by any stretch.
Oh, dude, you have
But
to.
for fun.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know,
Come on.
call me crazy. I'm sorry.
Dude, I'm saying here's the reason. I found on Google Scholar a paper from Answers in Genesis by Georgia Purdom, and this paper is remarkable.
God, I can't stand
This
her.
thing, Georgia Purdom, actually took and documented the possible types of animals that were on the ark. Amazing.
Actually kind of like to read that because I've asked that question multiple times.
Yeah, she has. It's a nice little chart. It's like shortest research paper I've ever read in my life, and it's really cool.
And it shows the kinds and how it breaks down.
Yeah, little
8.7
3
billion
column
species. Yeah.
Oh, of course not. It doesn't actually go over biodiversity or speciation.
Okay. Well, I was like, well, damn, because
no.
you got me all excited for nothing. I hate it when you do that. Because I've asked the question multiple times. How do you explain 8.7 million extant species by how many kinds would you need for the ark? And I've never gotten a number, not from anybody, because of course AIG doesn't have them. And if they can't go find it on AIG, they can't, do their own math. So, but I'm going off the rail there.
Well,
do you understand baraminology, Josiah? I mean, the concept of kinds being on the ark, and then
you to explain it to me.
Well, it's a type of phylogeny that creationists have that say that biodiversity is explained by basically two kinds resulting in a type of speciation that resulting in the extant species we have today. Basically, they popped into existence for all practical purposes. I'm saying that not physically, but from a phylogenetic tree, they literally started from 2, and then you have population diversity off that. It's a very unsustainable model, but it requires extremely rapid speciation. And matter of fact, when Joe was arguing with Nephilim Free the other day, they had brought up speciation of elephants into mastodons and woolly mammoths. And from Answers in Genesis, they said this took place over 100 years. Well, if there's about 4 generations for 100 years for elephants, basically whatever kind came off the ark speciated to the African elephant, the Asian elephant, the mastodon, and woolly mammoth in 4 generations. And if somebody could come up with a speciation model that can account for that, I would love to see it. I don't know, Drag, have you ever seen a species model that can account for that?
No. Even something as simple as the perch developing the labyrinth chamber. I want to say that happened after it was isolated all the way in Indonesia, and so that's something that you see under certain extreme conditions where it is forced to develop something like that because of the dry seasons.
And rapid speciation can exist. We know that. A matter of some decades, sometime. We also know speciation can occur in 1 or 2 generations in certain types of plants with whole genome duplication. We're talking elephants, though.
There is an example, though. Mass extinctions actually accelerate speciation. That's actually been proven.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Not in 4 generations, though. Not to have that much diversity.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that cursing.
But that's from AIG, Josiah, by the way, and also AIG has other 2 population growth models to explain the pyramids, which are completely conflicting to each other. If you ever looked into that, but go ahead, I'll let you continue. Someone's not happy. Drag, are you crying again? Don't cry, man.
No,
I hate him. He's a big baby. He really is.
He's crying because he heard about how crazy evolution is.
No, I'm trying to read this Answers in Genesis prediction of the reversal of the Earth's magnetic poles.
Okay. Well, how is that any more predictive than the fact that we've seen the poles reverse multiple times?
That's like the very next sentence is, at various times in the past, however, the Earth's magnetic field has actually switched different directions. So I'm not sure how that's
predictive.
Prediction.
You can look at the magnetite on the seabeds and see the polarization by the discoloration of light and darkness.
I mean, at a certain point, it's inductive reasoning to say, well, okay, yeah, this is going to happen, and then I'm just going to attribute it to a deity, and the end.
Yeah, that's not a predictive model. Sorry. Isiah, you still around? This was supposed to be your thing. But anyways, I'm gonna go smoke real quick while you guys continue.
I was actually going to talk to Isiah. I'm trying to decide what classes I want to take next semester. It's like, do I want to jump into genetics, or do I want to take go back to biology and do another few rounds of that?
Take molecular chemistry and genetics.
Yeah, I'm having enough trouble with this fucking chemistry class.
You know what? I did not take organic chemistry. That's why it's been so difficult for me to actually get it in this stage of my life to learn it. I had inorganic, which everybody kind of does. But I mean, organic chemistry is a bitch. I mean, it's freaking hard. And even though I have a background in nuclear in operations, nuclear engineering from the Navy, we never learned organic chemistry because obviously we didn't have to. There's nothing organic about it.
You'd be more with thermodynamics, physics, and actually that ties into
a lot to do with heat transfer, fluid theory, reactor kinematics, that kind of stuff. And we never delved into any of the stuff you did, in like a third-year college for organic chemistry because it was just not needed. We learned just basic stoichiometric chemistry for turbidity tests and titrations and things of that nature. But I'm gonna go burn them real quick. Then I will be back while you guys continue.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna have to head out. Time's up for me, I guess. But just going back real quick to the kind of idea that we would expect the Bible to have predictions and things like that. It's just that the Bible isn't centered, I guess, on I believe there's science in it, but just it's not filled with supposed to be a bunch of predictions. There are prophecies we could get into, and we both have our views on what those are.
I agree with you on that, Blake.
Before
you go, can I just ask you one last question?
Yeah, what's up?
I mean, what made you become a Young Earth Creationist? Because if you say Ken Hovind, then we'll have another one of these discussions. Because I will literally be able to debunk every claim he has. It's straight out of his ninth, handbook, and it's not a matter of interpretation. This is a matter of direct evidence that he's basically taking a source and misquoted it, deliberately lied about it, or is factually wrong.
I think
willfully, because he's been exposed. He's been known. Because he was told these errors before he went to jail, and he didn't correct them. So therefore, at this point, it's willful. It's not. He cannot blame it on ICR or I got it from another source or I just didn't validate it as he has in the past. These are actual things that I have from his book that I have gone through myself, not just read on some site, but addressed specifically when it comes to carbon dating and a few other things. So I'm just curious if Hovind was one of your reasons.
Oh no! In fact, I only learned of Ken Hovind 2 days before he got released. I never even knew about him.
Yeah, I heard about him a week before his release.
Yeah, and that's when he got really popular, right?
No, he was popular 20 years ago. His popularity's gone to shit now. He's a pariah.
I never even knew about him. I do respect him, and I've always tried to find good in everybody, even Westboro Baptist. I think they're trying to do the right thing, but I completely disagree with their methods of literally everything. But so I like Ken Hovind, but no, he's not he wasn't the reason. Like I said, I remember looking at the theory of evolution, and I'll admit I was overwhelmed with how it looks, but I think I said in my video, I honestly I'm either crazy or delusional, but I have this relationship with Christ, and I know it's
hallelujah.
Most people that accept evolution are Christians, though.
I know.
A lot of many Christians obviously accept evolution. It's not a matter of your theist position. It's not atheism, theism. It is scientific based. I mean, we have a Christian that comes in here.
Are diluted, and I think even Richard
Dawkins. But that's a non-substantial statement.
I think they're incorrect because
we've already demonstrated to you the science, so obviously there's no delusion there. It's evidential.
No,
but
it's not.
We have a friend CJ who is a born again Christian. I mean, he believes in Christ very strongly. I respect him to no end. But he also, after getting more into these hangouts and learning about evolution from people such as Isiah, myself, and he's been in some with Drag. He's taken it to heart and he's looked into it and done a lot more in-depth research and said, you know what, this has to be true. This evolution is factual. He kind of works it in and incorporates it into his worldview.
Well, if you show me who CJ is, I'll straighten him out on that.
You've had no luck so far here, and yesterday you didn't have luck, but
you just can't. You just can't. I mean,
did you guys walk him through the calculations?
No, he just came in. I'm trying to hear how he's going to straighten somebody out on their belief in evolution or acceptance.
Yeah, if you want to run a precept on Drag, go be my guest. He
I love this.
tried to run a precept on a couple days ago, and I'm familiar with precepts, so basically it was exploiting the fact that the precept argument is extremely flawed.
I want to hear it.
Anyway, so
let's say go ahead, Blake, because I'm sorry, Isiah, you had to go AFK, so we had to fill in while you were gone to not have dead air. Blake said he has to go right now, but we'll arrange it again with him at another time because he was very cordial.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling good. I wasn't feeling good.
I have to go, and I just I just don't believe if I believe in God and I've had I'm sure every believer says experiences with Him. If I believe in Him, I don't think the theory of evolution fits in His character. Or I look at the Genesis account and say, why didn't it just say in the beginning God created everything, and then goes on to here's Adam and Eve and their life story. Why did it have to say day one? Why did it say evening?
Because it's
morning?
an allegory, as we've all said. It's a Jewish allegory. It was never meant to be taken seriously, even by the Talmud.
Meant to be taken seriously.
Yeah. So
okay, but I'm gonna run my smoke real quick, and then I'd like to see Josiah do a precept on drag. That would be fascinating. I'll be back in a minute.
It blows my mind to hear anyone say Genesis isn't literal. I mean, I'm just like, can you get? First of all, you believe in the dumb religion of evolution, and then you have the nerve to say Genesis isn't literal. And I was speaking to someone a while ago, and she was talking to me on, the Samaritan story. Then she was talking about
Sumerians.
Yeah, whatever. And then she was saying, why don't you believe that was literal, something like that. She was trying to prove that Genesis wasn't literal, and it was just ridiculous to me. Like he said, the creation was the first day. I don't need to, I don't even know how you could interpret that wrong. The only people that interpret that wrong are people who don't want to live their life with God.
Really? So is this day going by a liturgical calendar or a Caesarean?
Okay, I'm gonna head out, but that's actually pretty funny. Take care.
Oh,
And
Josiah?
God called the light day. It is on what calendar?
I'm sorry, not Caesarean, Julian. Is it the Julian calendar or the liturgical calendar on the first day?
Well, what's the difference?
You don't know the difference between...
Well, absolutely not. What's the difference?
Okay, so if you're talking about a day, and you're making a reference to a unit of something, a day, that's 24 hours, that's how we know it in our current calendar. If you are not on the same page as everyone else with what a day, this particular unit is, then how are you disagreeing with anybody's position?
Oh, no, absolutely, it's a 24-hour day.
So back in that day, when people wrote the Bible, they had 24-hour days.
I don't know, but it was a day.
That's something you should probably look into, and they did not. The 24-hour day is a fairly new invention. Do you understand how the Hebrews counted their days, or days of the week? Yes, no, maybe?
I'm back. What I miss? Fill me in.
Oh, nothing yet. I was simply asking him if... What is that noise?
Yeah, probably CJ. Did you guys walk him through the mitochondrial Eve calculations?
No, I'm
not the calculations, but
I'm trying to understand this guy. He comes in and he's pretty he pulled up his pants pretty far and is trying to say, people who don't take Genesis literally, they're just stupid poopy heads. And I'm just starting from the basis of laugh, Omar. Start from the basis of, if you don't know the basic unit of a day, how are you arguing with anyone else upon their interpretation of this? And that's what I'm trying to understand. I mean, I'm really, it's because if I say Isaiah, I want to use 3 units of length for this particular helium atom to another helium atom. Do you know what unit I'm referring to?
Wait, what was the question? Say it again.
If I tell you I'm going to use a length of measurement from one helium atom to another helium atom, do you know what particular measurement or unit that I'm using?
No, you're not doing.
So I would have to actually tell you a picometer, or a millimeter or something, which millimeter wouldn't be, but like a picometer or nanometer. So we both have to be on the same page before I tell him he's wrong about anything. And I would start from that position. But anyway, Josiah, I don't mispronounce your name.
You can also make the argument you could actually be using barn ratios too, like a barn, which is the ratio of the area of a nuclear cross section. But that could be, because a barn is a unit of measurement.
Really? Send me a link to that.
Yeah.
didn't actually hear about that one. That's
I
probably
mean, it could be used. I mean, it's actually 10 to the negative 24th centimeter squared. So, but basically it's a ratio when you have a target like a uranium nuclei and you have a thermal neutron. What's the chance of it being absorbed? So.
Oh, that's subparticles, aren't they? Subparticle units.
Yeah, it's basically like, for example, if I shoot at a barn, I think this is where it came from, but again, too lazy to look it up. If I shoot a gun at a barn, what's my odds I'm going to hit that barn based upon the size of the barn, the bullet, and how fast the bullet's going, and you've also got the Lorentz contraction and other factors, but yeah, they're called barn ratios.
Yeah. Oh, I see. You said angstrom. Yeah, my instructor spoke the word.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He said the word angstrom and said not this semester. So there we go.
Generally, that's for measuring wavelengths. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were like ass deep into it, but regardless. So Josiah, did you hear my?
We're poopy heads. So what do we know?
Yeah, I know. Josiah, I wanted to ask. Did you hear the question I'd asked the previous guy about the literal translation of Genesis when Adam being literally made of dirt? Josiah? Hello?
I think he I don't know. Last time he was on, he kept having to go because his mom was beating him up pretty bad. Yeah, I'm not lying. Yeah, he forgot to turn off his mic, and it was almost brutal to watch. I had to eventually stop it because it was just
man.
Yeah, I was listening to somebody getting beat down. Mom, stop! Mom!
You shouldn't be on the internet trying to preach the gospel. You should be in here doing these dishes.
Oh, and there he goes.
Oh man, but I don't. Go ahead.
Is it? Oh, wait, he's back. Okay, welcome back. Okay, you good to go, Josiah? Yeah. I don't want you to get another beatdown on live hangout.
I don't even know what he's talking about, but explain to me the difference in times, because I'm not going to look the whole thing up. So
well, okay, I'm just saying this is kind of
explain it to me with respect. I'm that shouldn't be too difficult to do. But let's figure that out.
Okay, I mean, don't posture at me, then ask me to be respectful. Don't do that. But anyway, no, I'm just saying if you are going to say that there's a point of contention between your position and someone else's, both of you should be on the same page with what you're referring to. If I say that I'm referring to an angstrom as a unit of measurement and someone else is referring to a nanometer, then we're talking about two different measurements. So that when someone says day, then you need to understand that there are different accounts for what a day is. And even now, in our 24-hour period, that's still not very accurate since we do have daylight savings time. So what the day may be referring to is just the daylight hours, and that depends on your region. So anyway, that's kind of an aside. What I wanted to ask you is if you had heard the question that I had asked the gentleman before about whether he took Genesis literally and thought that the story about Adam being literally made out of dirt was a true story. And I'm assuming that you also hold that.
Like that, you should make it sound like it's dumb. But
I don't think he had any content on that or any kind of ulterior thing. He was just asking you basically the question. I don't think he was trying to imply anything beyond that.
Yeah, I do take it literal. I didn't hear that question, though. I take it literal because that's how it was meant to be taken.
Okay, cool. Well, I disagree with that. But so taking that literally, then you would also take into account that then everyone else that exists to this day should be made of what he was made of, correct?
Well, and I think science does.
Does what?
Let me look this up. Hold up.
You think science says that as well?
And it doesn't there, but all right.
I can tell you it doesn't. I can save you a lot of trouble right now. You want me to explain?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so you know your skin, this epithelial tissue. Do you know what it's made of chemically?
No.
Carbon. Your entire body, well, excluding the certain parts, is made up of chemical bonds, all chained together with carbon. what's interesting about the Earth's surface is 90% not carbon, silicon dioxide. What's interesting about silicon is that it is chemically similar to, well, I said chemically, not even chemical, no. It's chemical,
Valence-wise.
as far as the number of electrons in the valence, it is similar to carbon. It can form almost as many bonds with as many other elements, ions, cations, whatever. So we could technically be based on silicon. That's a very real possibility. That's not outside the realm of possibility. But as we see in chemistry, we're not. We are definitely not based on silicon. So that would mean that there is an inconsistency with the biblical tale and reality.
In other words, carbon in rocks, you wouldn't necessarily find carbon per se. You would find an overabundance of silicon dioxide. Thus, the primary element would be silicon. So, if we were created from dirt, basically, we should be silicon-based based upon that line of reasoning, is what he's saying. Okay. Anyways. Not quite sure what happened there.
Yeah, I'm frying chicken and making macaroni and cheese.
I know something sounds really good, man. Something grilling or deep frying.
I sent a link for you guys to check that site out. How science basically confirms the dust of the ground, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. And you guys,
I clicked on it.
Read that.
Basically, it's saying that all the elements in the human body are also in the Earth.
No,
which is
that's
a great
false.
prediction because evolution would not predict that at all. That our bodies will be made of the same thing as the planet we live on. That's just so
That's
far.
demonstrably false. More than half the chemicals, more than half the freaking elements that exist on a periodic table are poisonous to us.
Mm-hmm.
It's not saying that every single element in the Earth isn't present in us. It's just everything in us is also present in the Earth, obviously.
Correct. I mean, I see what you're saying. Everything that's ever found in the human body is also found naturally on the planet. Correct.
Yeah.
So is that supposed to be proof for the Bible, really?
I don't know. Is this talking about Montemurillonite or something? Because it's talking about clay. I'm not seeing anywhere here that even really addresses that.
It's literally saying the Bible says we were created from dust or from the earth. We're made of the same thing as the earth. Therefore, the Bible's true.
Notice how it has the graph on there, and it says silicone, but you don't see it in the human body graph.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at the graphs myself, and I'm thinking, wait a minute here. The whole point of the thing was that silicon of the dirt itself is comprised of the main component of obviously sand. So if we're created from the dirt, how come we don't have silicon? I'm not saying how this even addresses that argument. It basically is saying Drag's argument is correct. It just doesn't realize it.
Well, rather than reevaluate my views, I guess I'll find something else that agrees with me, whether it comports to reality or not.
And the big thing is, Jose, is that you have the belief, and that's fine. I'm not going to question your belief per se. I'm not going to go from an ontological point of view. But if you're going to have a scientific discussion or things that are grounded in science, don't you need to provide a mechanism, a plausible mechanism, not a demonstrable, but just a plausible mechanism of how man was just created from dirt or dust without invoking some kind of supernatural causation? Or are you saying that supernatural causation will supersede methodological naturalism every time? Therefore, why bother to have science? Because who needs it? We'll just say, God did it, or anything can happen, and why do we try to find an explanation for something at that point then? I'm a poopy head. I know. I have no idea what's going on.
You there, Josiah? Is he still there?
I think he's reveling in his smackdown from Drag that he think he had.
Is his mom yelling at him again?
'Cause I know Dragnet is really scared at the moment, you know, because
No,
I'm trying to shaking.
I'm trying not to burn the house down and read this other link from Murray, and it's still I'm reading down and it's trying to make connections, but it still purposely leaves out silicon as the body's composition. Like it states it in bold, or not in bold, in caps when it talks about the chemical composition of the crust, and then neglects it when it goes to talk about the human body.
Because you would think for if abiogenesis, obviously as a hypothesis, I mean, granted, as you said, silicon could be pretty well viable as carbon, but carbon does have more of an affiliation to bond. Therefore, just by parsimony, that's probably why we are carbon-based more than silicon. But on the contrary position that God created us right out of dirt, with no other factors taken into account, we should have silicon.
Answers in Genesis. Yay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember exactly how many electrons are in the valence, because I literally just did it a few days ago, and I cannot remember for the life of me. Fuck. I suck. But yeah, Josiah, did you want to respond to that? Okay. Okay, there's another link.
Do you want the orbital diagram for silicon?
Yeah, I want to look at it so I can help refine my argument instead of just referring to the valence.
Right. I'm looking it up because I don't remember either.
Okay, so this is what he's doing when he goes quiet. He goes and finds another article. Let's see. How do the different elements in the body compare to those found on Earth? Specific elements play critical roles in the proteins and the activities of enzymes in the body. The table below outlines some of these elements in humans and in the soil, which forms the crust of the Earth. Soils, including clay, contain dissolved minerals which are not incorporated and stored by plants for our consumption or eaten by an animal that we consume later. Most of the abundant elements on the Earth's crust are 46% oxygen and 27.7% silicon. I don't think that's right.
I gave you the orbitals, and silicon actually has 4 electrons in the outer valence shell.
Okay.
Carbon has 4 as well, by the way.
Okay.
But so carbon has 2.
Okay, there's just one in the 3p. There's the one in the 3p, and is that 2?
I thought it was 3 in the 3p.
Because it just says 3p. Should it be 3p3?
You know what? I used to have a really good chart that actually gave all that, in just one look. I'm looking right here. 1, 2.
We're getting sidetracked with this. What's going by
the orbitals?
Yeah, no, I see now. They labeled it by weight, by its weight. Okay.
Articles if you guys debunk this site.
Anyways, what's his? I don't want to get sidetracked with molecular orbits and things of that nature.
CJ, I remember I copied and pasted something.
Oh man.
You read it
for
Was something else pasted? Because I don't see it.
Isiah. Nah, Isaiah. Do you actually type all of this stuff up? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I won't be reading that. But the Bible is true, so I don't need to read all of that.
But Jose, it seems like your entire refutation is just quoting other sources. I mean, why is that? I mean, we already established it. No, not Isaiah. Josiah. No, not you, dumbass. I know you know your shit. But Jose, I mean, you're saying that you basically are just saying, well, this is not true because, and then you just quote something out of AIG or something off the internet.
I don't think he actually reads any of it.
Yeah, I don't think he has. And and even still, what is quoting a non-scientific source going to do to a scientific discussion? If you're trying to prove something in science, quote some scientific papers. Give us some actual reason, because I mean, I can tell you right now, the vast majority of AIG and other sources are easily debunked on
By
many
their own
things they say.
sources.
Yeah, and even internally inconsistent. I mean, it's an absurdity. They are about as disingenuous and disinformation as you can get on the internet. Matter of fact, when Google said they were going to come out with a ranking system based upon the evaluation of the truth of claims and informational context, AIG was going to be in the last place. It's literally that bad. I would not use it for a source of reference. If you had to pick one, I would choose creation.com, which is Creation Ministries International. They are bad, but they're not. They at least have some sense of integrity in some areas. Other ones they do not. But I mean, I've read all the sites, for the various things. And at least at least creation.com says here are some arguments that you shouldn't use as a creationist. So they at least understood that there's some things that just should not be brought up because it's just foolish. Answers and Generous will run with anything that sounds like it helps their cause.
You should check the bibliography. Look at the last one that states Mary Elizabeth Lawson. It says the work that's it's number 14. Unpublished work reproduced with permission. So a lot of this stuff is nowhere near scientific. None of it. Like I just skimming the bibliography, nothing of substance.
Yeah, I mean,
Some of
it's
the
like
stuff
all unpublished stuff because it's just opinion. I mean, it's just poor opinion, actually. I mean, it's just these people have a way of making conjecture sound like scientific fact and scientific peer-reviewed papers when it's not, and we all know there's not.
All right.
So just to play along. So how does that paper solve the issue of us not being comprised chemically of silicon? Josiah?
Josiah, you don't need to be searching for stuff. I mean, if you can't really address it off the top of your head, I don't know what's going on.
I'm trying to find something.
I mean, if you don't know, so you're gonna look it up. That's fine. I mean,
how does what did you say?
okay. So that paper you just linked me, how does that reconcile the fact that we are not chemically based on silicon?
I'm sorry, I didn't even read it, so
I know you didn't.
I wouldn't even.
Oh wow.
That's what Arcane Logos does. He links, send a link, and he won't even read it.
Yeah, I might got time for all of that. I'm right, so I don't really have to read why I'm right.
Is this guy serious?
I don't know. I think he might be a poet at this point. That's your argument. I'm right.
Yeah.
You can't demonstrate anything. It's an assertion. It's basically a fallacy of assertion. And you're gonna use a logical or informal logical argument to support your claim. I mean that's ridiculous. How can you say you're right when that's a fallacy just to begin with because you have nothing to support it?
I'm about to hit them with them pre-subs in a few minutes.
Hold on, before you get to your pre-subs, I want to get into the mito. Because we all want to hear that. I want to get into the mitochondrial DNA, and how it harms your stupid idea of a 6,000-year-old.
Big guns.
Hey, Drag, I'm going to the side chat something somebody just wrote me.
Yeah, I'm about to call up Kent Hovind because
get him in here.
Yeah, please do.
I'm thinking about letting Kent Hovind go. I'm just gonna leave him alone eventually.
This guy wrote me. Why is it called the theory of gravity when for decades it was called the law of gravity? Motherfucker, you don't know the difference between the theory of gravity and empirical formula, which is the law of gravity. And then he's like, why just call it the law of evolution of the theory of evolution? This is the idiocy that people write to me on these web.
Because it's the easy.
Proof. That's why it's called.
Because it doesn't have its own letter to represent it.
Evolution is just a bunch of ideas with assertions with no scientific proof.
Okay, cool. So why don't you explain it to me?
Yeah, tell me. Can you give us a working definition in biology of what evolution means?
I'll wait while you Google it.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I
don't mind.
All of my big guns, man.
Okay, bring them out. I'm cooking dinner for my family and giving my son, creamer with.
Bring out the big guns. We're little pea shooters. Drag is definitely a pea shooter. So
I could debunk Kent Hovind drunk.
I love when Ken Hovind says, "Well, with I can do it with 90% of my brain, or 3/4 of my brain, which is 90% of his, or something. Remember? And I was like, what is he talking about?
I don't know. I didn't think he had that much of a brain.
The only reason people think Ken Hovind has won arguments is because he's charismatic. He has never won it on the topics. It never won it on the subject.
He's very charismatic.
Yeah, of course.
No
He's
doubt.
never won it on the subject material. But what are we getting? Some Horwitzes in here? Who's the big guns coming in?
Get Hovind.
Oh, I don't want to deal with Hovind. Hovind wouldn't come in here anyways right now.
No, he likes big audiences. He wants big audiences.
He hates Isiah. He doesn't like Isiah much. I'm not interested in getting in a conversation with Hovind.
He wants to see your birth certificate.
He wants to see my birth certificate?
Because you told him you were a high school sophomore, clearly.
I don't recall. He has my phone number, address, and email address. It's the only info of mine he has. But if he wants to see my birth certificate, I mean, what? Huh?
I can safely say that I'm out of high school. I'm pretty sure. That's pretty well established.
Okay, thank you, Master.
Is this dude high?
So Kent Hovind is pulling a Donald Trump on me.
Jose, I mean, have you found this a working definition?
You gotta be really respectful when you speak. Be respectful.
Jose, have you found a working definition of evolution for biology? It can't be that difficult to find.
I'm not looking for that. I'm looking.
Well, if the topic is evolution, shouldn't you know what evolution means?
I
Not
do
some
know
straw
what
man
evolution
version?
means, but I'm
Well,
trying
you
to
don't!
I'm
If you can't tell us what the definition is, then you don't know what it means.
I'm trying to call Ken Ham. Chill.
Ken Ham?
Somebody's
Ken
high.
Ham is... Ken Ham wouldn't even waste his time on us. That's ridiculous.
Oh my god. I mean, I invited G-Man and I invited DPR Jones and a few other
G-Man
people.
is in.
They pop in every so often, but
Well,
I mean,
G-Man is in talking shit.
Ham.
No, G-Man is in Talking Shit Tuesday right now. I'm so surprised. Yeah, he's in Talking Shit Tuesday, and he's still in there.
Oh.
Well,
Dang, I should have asked you guys.
Did you watch it last night?
Where were your parents with that bar of soap when you needed it?
G-Man and Gus were going at it last night in M's hangout.
The
Got pretty
cursing.
brutal, man.
Like the cursing?
No, not cursing, but I mean, G-Man took offense and over something that Gus said, was it Gus? It was Gus, wasn't it? Isiah?
Gus Belanger?
No, it was Dex. It was Dex. Gattaca.
Dex Gattaca. Okay.
Yeah, it's Dex Gattaca, and Dex apologized and stuff like that, but we were trying to work out when G-Man wanted to work this evolution debate out with Isiah, and he said maybe this Saturday, so we'll go from there.
Before you do that, listen to the conversation he has with a Frenchman who has a PhD in evolutionary biology. It's on the Drunken Peasant.
I've listened to that video.
Well, I don't think he did a good job.
I don't think honestly. Yeah, I don't think the biologist really did an effective job communicating to him, though. He needed to take it down very basic for G-Man. And he didn't get complicated, but he didn't really give me. He didn't break out evidence.
The fucking. Well, he didn't offer any fucking construction paper and crayons and really bring the fucking heat.
And then the other hangout too, I was listening to Joe and Neff debate, and then off their hangout, and they were trying to discuss things. I jump in. And of course, Nephilim hates me. So as soon as I ask him a question, he's like, "Well, I don't need any of this," and he takes off. And
did he? I don't know if you guys were in a hangout, but where he linked as evidence his own blog.
Oh God, that's his evidence. That? No, his own blog as a self-referential evidence. Nice.
Yeah, someone asked him because he was making another claim about I think geological columns or something. And so someone said, "Okay, where's your evidence?" "Oh, okay, yeah, I got this link. I'll provide it for you, sure." And he puts it, and someone goes, "Wait a second," and he clicked on it because it said Blogspot or something. And I go, "What the fuck?" And I see his name at the top. I'm like, "This motherfucker really linked himself." Like, you can't be any more pretentious. Like, I'm sorry. Did you obtain your fucking PhD and?
Well, even as a PhD, linking yourself is pretty pretentious. Like I would think. I mean.
All right, can I ask a question?
Of
Sir,
course, sir. By all means.
Are you sober?
Here come
I
the
really wish you'd just answer one of our questions first. And I mean, I wish you would just answer what evolution means. But go ahead. Obviously, you won't.
I'll answer your question, but
Okay.
I just want to know when you guys debate creationists and Christians, what is the main goal here? What are we trying to accomplish?
The laws.
Yeah,
To
I mean, it's
destroy-
basically it's entertainment value to show how inconsistent their worldview is.
to destroy them.
Yeah. So basically, so we don't have this stuff taught in our educational system, that our children are actually exposed to real science, so they can actually do something productive in their lives, and not have all these jobs going overseas because people in China and Japan are going, yeah, we want people to be dumbasses in America. You be stupid because we take your jobs.
So anyway, that has nothing to
Exclude.
do with why you
Sorry for
debate.
the bad emulation.
I
of
understand
races,
you
but-
weren't raised, not cursing, but it's alright. But if you guys, I'm trying to figure the point. You're debating Christians to show what, how ignorant you guys are, how far you.
Yes.
That's the whole goal. Yeah, we really go
got
out
it.
of our way to show people how stupid we are.
Is it,
Yeah, I don't know why we like to do that. It's self-flagellating.
Is it to suppress the truth and unrighteousness? I'm trying to
Yes.
figure out the mind of
Oh.
Damn it, Drag, he found us out. He has to be executed now.
Yes.
The overlords must know about this. Where's JD Kane when you need him? Fuck.
This guy's funny. I like him.
Alright.
Oh, yeah,
Well, let me
he's
just. What's the ultimate goal? And I don't want to hear no overseas things because that's so ridiculous.
Well, we gave you the ultimate goal. There's two ultimate goals. One is for the lulz. I mean, basically, we find people's positions on these topics to be absurd, and to demonstrate to anybody who watches the videos, because yes, we do have videos that get watched, and to show that, you know, the position from a Young Earth Creationism especially is non-tenable based on any scientific evidence whatsoever.
So
It's absurd.
your goal is to shut down worldviews or close.
Not so much the worldview, but to show that certain ones, when it comes to the science, that the science will supersede your worldview every single time. There's never been a time in history where religious your worldview has superseded science. Never. It never has happened.
I've never seen that happen once.
Need to get out more.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you.
That's
What?
because
Wait. I'll tell you. Okay,
that's
I'll get.
because God's
What
word
scientific
is always
theory?
correct.
What scientific theory explains biodiversity that's taught in every accredited college in the entire world? What theory is taught to explain biodiversity?
Explain to me what biodiversity is. I have an idea, but I want to make sure when I explain, I'm correct.
How life is the similarities and differences of life to explain the 8.7 million extant species. That's biodiversity. How do we explain that? That's called evolution. That's a model that explains it. Now, what model is taught in every single accredited biology department in the entire world, including Christian schools? What model explains biodiversity? I just gave you the answer and you still can't answer it. Really?
Google on
You
it.
know, I'm trying to look this up on Answer Genesis. Give me a moment.
You know, because I've given you a hint. I've told you you're probably the worst site you can go to. Go to creation.com. At least Dr. Jonathan Safadi is a real PhD. And even though I don't agree with him, I had discussions with him on a few occasions. And I mean, Ken Ham is not even a PhD. So I mean, I would avoid
Oh
a.
God, somebody.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dear. No, there's no problem. I was laughing too hard.
Don't have a
No,
heart attack.
I'm not dying. No, I'm
You're not
laughing
stroking out.
really hard.
Not
No,
stroking.
my wife came out the room. She's like, "What the hell's going on?" I laughed so hard I had to take a knee.
Why would you have to go to AIG to find out what's the
I'm sorry.
model for biodiversity?
So biodiversity is basically the variety in different types of life found on Earth, correct?
How about this? How about we actually go to a website
like different
worth its
kinds
weight in
of-
gold?
what do you
How
mean
about
by
we go to a university that actually is accredited and teaches things that people can learn from, and not some fact site?
Or you can stop speaking and let me finish talking. That works. But,
Okay, cool. Go ahead. After you're done,
so
I'll say
basically,
my
when-
piece.
When you say the variety of different types of animals, is that saying, you know, the wolf, the dog, you know, things like that, or what is that?
The statement is as follows. There are 8.7 million extant species on the planet. How did they all come to be? How do they all relate to each other to explain the amount of differentials between the life forms we see? We see different types of homologies. We see different types of morphologies. We see different evidential evidence in the DNA record and the fossil record. How do we explain all that in a single model that has the ability to explain and the ability to predict? Because the third assumption of science is that predictive modeling is more useful than non-predictive modeling. So when we want to explain the observation, which is the observation of what we see for life, we have a theory to explain that, the scientific theory. And in every single college, every single university across the world, it is evolution. It is not creationism. So therefore, it demonstrates my point that scientific modeling will always supersede religious beliefs. Always. Because creationism is not a scientific model.
Right. And the wrath of God is real from heaven against all.
Okay, we're not talking about the wrath of God. We're talking about a specific thing here. Don't go gish galloping on me here.
The base God is real.
Oh, I love Dwayne Gish.
I know.
Okay, so now that he's finished his little rant, how about you actually go to a real website, like a university website, where they teach these things and not Answers in Genesis, where people don't have any type of clout at all that are trying to portray their positions as if it were truth. How about that? How about we start there?
Let's do that. That sounds good.
To a biology site with the biology people, or
the biology people. Who are the biology people?
Biology people.
Who would these people be?
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just going to ask you a flat question. I mean, are you stoned? No, well, that's your nature. You're known for that. We expect that from you. I try to be the nice guy, but Josiah, I mean, are you seriously? Are you stoned? I really got to ask.
He's 15.
Yeah,
I mean, shit.
All is like,
that matters.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
I would hope that he is, because it just sounds like a lot of stupid's just kind of pouring out, and I would hope that it's just him being inebriated.
At least that would be a good excuse, right, Drag?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, that's
kind of,
that's what I'm looking for.
So how old are you? This kid. Oh my gosh, this kid a Christian? Was this what you're talking about?
What?
Oh no. Which kid did you say is a Christian?
Are you inebriated? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Stop using big words.
Are you high or under the influence of any controlled substances?
He said stop using big words. They're only big if you're small.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't know. I'm not high enough to understand that.
I would ask that
question. Really ignorant, so let's stop cursing, please.
The only change is the change of the changes.
Which change the things
blew
that
my
change
mind.
because they change. Therefore, they're things that change.
Gary Busey, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh, mind
He's
blowing.
brilliant. Shut up. I love Gary Busey. I mean, dude, I'm serious. Have a few beers and just listen to Gary Busey, and you figured out the entire universe. It's incredible, man. Genius. Man.
Sam the scientist is saying that G-Man's hilarious. So I have the stream up, but I don't have the volume on. But evidently he's saying things that are stupid.
Oh, yeah. What G-Man told me yesterday. G-Man told me if is he talking to Sam right now? Because he was been trying to get a hold of Sam. He wants to engage with him, and I guess he still wants to bring two empiricists. But the problem is that every time scientist Sam tries to find true empiricists, he keeps on saying he'll be in a minute and never comes in. So.
Well, no, he blocked now. He finally just said he's tired of dodging him, and true empiricism has just officially blocked Sam Scientist, so he doesn't have to deal with it. Yeah.
Well, is G-Man with him right now? Because like I said,
G-Man's
trying to get a hold of Sam.
G-Man's in Talking Shit Tuesday, evidently making an ass out of himself.
And so is Sam the Scientist?
Well, I think he's just watching it. He's not in there. I got the stream up on
I never watch that live. I always seem to kind of like watch it after the fact. But
you're not missing anything.
Yeah. But go ahead and continue. I'm gonna go again. Burn a quick smoke. If Josiah can, I don't know. It's been 10 minutes and he still hasn't given us a definition for evolution. So maybe by the time I get back, he'll be able to do that.
Hopefully. Well, I want to sit and learn. So, Mr. Person who's definitely not a troll, tell me, I guess, your position on evolution as far as what it is and why you disapprove of it.
Well, evolution is completely opposite to the account given in the Bible. There's never been any scientific evidence for it, and it's ridiculous.
Can I
Okay.
give you one? Can I give you one proof?
Give me one. I only want one.
Just one.
One.
Well, keep up. well, this is Kurt. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
Evolution, the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed, diversify from earliest forms during the history of the Earth. Okay.
I don't like that definition. That's a poor definition. I mean, let me just ask you a question, because this definition, I'm going to show how poor it is. According to the theory of evolution, can an equine evolve into a non-equine?
Oh man, I see what you're trying to do.
Equines are horses, donkeys, mules. It's not that complicated.
No, I see what you're
Zebras.
trying to need to, but we're not even getting into that.
I mean, if you're going to understand evolution, I mean, it's a very simple question. According to evolution, can an equine become a non-equine?
I see what you're trying to do, and I won't entertain it.
What is he trying to do? He's asking you a very simple question.
No, but I see what he's trying to do.
Okay, great. You see what he's doing. Answer. Why can't you answer the question regardless of what he's trying to do, supposedly or not? Well, I mean, it's a legit question. If you can argue evolution, I mean, according to evolutionary theory, can an equine ever produce a population of non-equine?
Yes. Of course. That's the theory. Dogs
No.
cats,
No, absolutely cannot, according to evolution. That would actually invalidate evolution. That would actually falsify it. That would destroy the theory of evolution if that ever happened.
But it's not going to. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was away smoking. Did I just want to know? Did Drag learn anything? Because I wanted to learn something too.
I learned the secrets. He told me what something is not. He didn't actually define anything.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
Let me hit you with my precepts. Let me ask you some way. Do you believe in God, sir?
No.
Gish galloping like a pro.
Oh, let him go.
I like this. I like the KRS-One segue he just did.
Yeah, I heard of a side before, but this is like way aside. But go ahead. Let's let him run his precept.
So are you atheist, agnostic? What are you?
Just for simplicity's sake, just say atheist.
Okay, so we're gonna say agnostic because you would have to know that.
He just said atheist, and you said, "Oh, we'll assume agnostic."
Yeah, just go ahead and misrepresent me. It's cool. It's only like that was classic.
You would have to know that there is no God to be an atheist.
No. That's a truth claim. I said I don't believe in one. There's a difference between rejecting a claim and stating the negative.
Okay, so let me ask you: could you be wrong about God? Could God possibly exist?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So, was there ever a time in your life where you said, "Oh, I'm a Christian" or Muslim or whatever?
Christian.
Okay. So when did you say I'm not a Christian anymore?
The second I realized that I didn't hold a set of beliefs because I had facts and evidence to support them, and that I could actually falsify it.
Perfect. So basically, what you're saying is, and I don't even think you even noticed it. You're saying I was never a Christian to begin with, and that's. I'm glad you said that.
Actually, no, I did not say that.
He said just the opposite. In fact.
No, you said.
What did I say?
You stopped becoming a Christian, and the reason you did that was because you never held God's word as your authority. And if you don't hold God's word as your authority,
when did I say the word authority? Wait. When did I say the word authority? When did that word come out of my mouth?
I'm summing up what you said. Basically.
No, you're misrepresenting. That's called a straw man argument.
What was your authority when you were a Christian?
God.
Oh, God and God's word, right?
Sure.
So at some point you said God's word is no longer my authority. I don't believe in God, it blows my mind how you could be a Christian and say such a thing, and it blows my mind.
Well, it's just like being a part of the military. At a certain point in my life, the commander-in-chief was my authority, but then at another point in my life, he was not. It's called change. It happens.
Or I'm saying I believed in the Easter Bunny at one time as a bunnyist, and then I realized that I no longer believe in the Easter Bunny.
Now I'm an A-bunnyist.
Well, I
A
didn't say
bunnyist.
you didn't believe in God.
Or miso bunnyist because I don't like bunnies. But no, I'm just
All
kidding.
right. Well, what if there is no God?
Your precept sucks.
If there is no
This
God,
is not even a precept argument. But go ahead.
If there is no God, what's your basis for certainty?
My basis for what now?
Certainty. I'm just curious.
Certainty? Well,
What's your standard or criteria?
Okay, for certainty, the facts that support whatever the statement is. So I am more certain of a proposition based on the preponderance of the evidence that supports it. More evidence equals more confidence, and then I can gain a certitude eventually in whatever it is.
I'm sorry. I forgot my question. I said.
Take your time.
I forgot my question. What did I ask you?
Just go back to the
It needs to be certain. Or what's he basing his,
your basis
beliefs
for
on?
certainty. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So evidence. What does evidence do? What is evidence? What's that?
evidence exists to support a claim.
So evidence exists. Does evidence assume truth? Does it support truth or no?
It supports certain proposition that would lead one to the truth.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you: when you're determining this evidence and all that stuff like that, how are you doing that? And what are you doing to do that? Like, I'm trying to figure this out.
In what instance?
So you're saying, okay, look at all this evidence. Okay, this just makes more sense than God. What are you using to say this makes more sense than God? I'm trying to figure this out. I'm really trying to figure this out.
It depends what the claim is. If I'm going to say that my standard for believing something rests almost solely on empirical evidence, then I'm going to need empirical above anything else to support whatever the claim is. So if it's not falsifiable, if it doesn't have any empirical evidence to support it, I am less likely to believe it.
So let me ask you something. I think I have to ask this. Can there be absolute truth? Can we have absolute truth?
What is absolute truth?
Truth that cannot be wrong. Because if you
truth by definition is not wrong.
Can't be wrong. Well, can we have absolute truth? I'm just asking.
There's no such.
Could there be times where it doesn't matter if things are true or not?
No, because truth by definition has to be true.
Yeah, exactly. There's no level of truthiness.
Right. There's no such thing as absolute truth and little bit truth, and I mean truth is just truth in
Okay. Now let me
about.
ask you. So you're looking at all this evidence and determining you're doing what? I'm trying to figure this out. Because when I hear people say I'm looking at it and this and that and this, well, it sounds like they're so prideful and so arrogant in their mind that they think that they can hold God on trial, that their intellect can go up against God's, and they're saying this makes more sense than God. And I'm trying to figure out how do you figure this? Where do you get that from? The guy who knows everything.
For one thing, I don't hold a God presupposition, and that's part of your problem.
But you say you were a Christian at a point, so at that point,
sure,
you must have held a God presupposition.
Yeah, at that point. And then I realized that it wasn't based on me coming to evidence and then the belief. The belief brought about the evidence post hoc. It shouldn't be that way. You don't start with a conclusion and then find evidence to support it. You go the opposite way.
Basically what they did with evolution, but we're not getting into that.
No, you don't know evolution.
No, that's what they did with evolution.
No, they did not.
Well, no, you couldn't even get us a definition of evolution. So you can't now assert that you understand evolution.
That is what they did with evolution.
Who is they? Who was they?
The people who were trying to support this theory. But
what does it have to do with the?
Let me ask you: how do you know your senses are valid? That's very important.
Sorry, drinking. You said, how do I know my senses are valid?
Yes.
Based on visual acuity tests, based on olfactory tests, based on a sense of taste that has continuously changed up 28 years that I've been living.
You're 28? Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you
Okay,
need to
so
work
what
on
is
that
that?
fact,
I
but
mean,
continue.
Josiah, would you say that using our senses we can make?
So you're saying all I heard was my senses are validating my senses. That's all I heard. That's circular. But
A
Well, because
visual,
you're not listening to what people are saying.
so how is a visual acuity test my own senses?
okay, a visual acuity. So what's that?
If you don't know what it is, if you didn't know what it was, why didn't you just ask me instead of assuming
Okay,
that
what
I
is
said
it?
that?
What is all right? Just explain it to me.
A visual acuity test is a test to see how well your eyesight compares to the 20/20 ratio that we give people with quote-unquote perfect eyesight.
And how would you know if you had 20/20 eyesight? How would you know that?
Because I'd be able to read line 8.
Because
So
we do
you
a test.
basically be using your senses again to prove that.
No, you'd be using your senses based upon a standard that exists outside of yourself to test it.
Mm-hmm.
So
You never had an eye test, Isaiah? You never had to look at the chart and read like the bottom line?
yeah, I have, but I know my senses are valid. So when someone says this is my vision, this is this and that, I can say, oh, I heard you. So this, but I'm trying to figure out how you know since there is no God, you're using your senses to say, okay, this is what this test says to me, and this stuff like that. I'm trying to figure out, how you know your senses are valid, because if you don't know your senses are valid, if you can't know that, you can't know anything to be true. But
Are you asking me basically if I have what do they call it? There's certain assumptions that damn it, I can't remember what they're called now, but they're base assumptions that everyone has to make in order to operate.
Basal scientific assumptions?
No, it's
so you can't know
I
your
can't remember
senses
it.
So the basic beliefs, the properly basic beliefs.
Properly basic belief. There we go.
Yeah, okay.
So
Based on
can you know your senses are valid?
Yeah, I can know.
So how are you determining that?
Again, the visual acuity.
Because they have continual ability to have predictive modeling, and my senses have demonstrated that they
And
have
if
been
your senses
reliable.
weren't valid, you wouldn't even know that. But I'm gonna let you continue.
Because we have
Well,
extraneous ways extraneous ways, such as the eye test, to see if reality conforms with our sensory perception.
I wouldn't know if I was blind.
Well, what would you base that upon?
The fact that I'm not able to see.
Well,
It's kind of self-evident, isn't it?
No, it's not.
It's like saying, how does a blind person know that he's blind?
No, it's not, because if you can't know your senses to be valid, that's a whole nother discussion.
You're the one that's assuming that our senses are not valid. You haven't demonstrated.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out. How would you know these things?
How do we know we're having this conversation?
I'm hearing circular reasoning hidden.
You're hearing what you want to hear.
I'm hearing circular reasoning hidden in big words.
There's nothing circular here. We have not made a conclusion based upon any.
I've heard this years ago from Arcane. So are you saying my reason is informing my reasoning, or the opposite?
Your what?
Is my reason informing my reasoning, or the opposite? Two different things.
Reason and reasoning are not exactly the same thing.
It's the same question I asked Arcane. He couldn't answer me.
Because reasoning is actually.
Well, don't tell him. Don't tell him. No. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
My bad. I'm sorry. Don't scold me.
It's his argument, so I want him to explain. Take your time.
I'm about to look up in Genesis.
Well, you can look on answers in Genesis all day, but it's not there.
Why would that be on there? This is more of an ontological argument per se. This isn't really something I'd think would be on. Is it on Answer in Genesis? Do they have precept stuff on there?
Not about what I'm asking.
Okay.
Bro, you've checked.
I don't recall.
Yeah. There's a reason I phrase it that way.
Okay, well, I don't know how to respond to that, sir.
Oh. Well, you know the difference between reason, the noun, and reasoning, the verb, right?
Please explain it to me.
Okay, so if you're asking me, you're saying that there's supposedly circular reasoning going on. Then there's an action happening. There's reasoning, which is the verb, that's playing some type of role upon reason, which we utilize in our daily lives. Is that what you're asking me?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Okay, you before claimed that there's some circular logic going on, some circular reasoning going on. That would entail an action, reasoning being played upon by the person to validate their reason, which is what we use on a daily basis to rationalize.
Yes. That's
Okay.
what I'm asking.
So those two are not the same thing. You understand that?
Okay, explain it to me.
He just
I
did.
just did.
Twice.
I told you, you're not really good at precept.
Nah, man, I was trying to do something on my own. I wasn't going by the basic 5 questions. But
I
but
know.
let me ask
You should stick to the cue cards.
Do the
Yeah,
script,
you're
man. Do the script. It's not not like any of us haven't run across precepts before, so this is all new to us.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is so hard that I'm eating dinner right now, trying to figure this stuff out.
That chicken looks good.
You
Low on
look
my
like
back.
you're stressed out over this, man.
Mm,
You look worried, man.
I'm so worried.
Man, I'm almost envious. That shit looks freaking good, dude.
Made with
hate
olive
you.
oil.
Dude, your voice really
Yeah,
doesn't match
that-
your face.
Doesn't it?
I know.
He has like an awesome voice. It's like totally awesome.
It's because I'm Cajun.
But when he gets nervous, he eats. So you got him on the run right now. So going for the kill.
All right.
Are you guys still talking philosophy? Because I
Would you be wrong about
don't
every
want something to eat.
no?
Did he go the "Are you wrong about everything" route?
Could you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
No.
So
can you tell me? Can you at least tell me the difference when you ask that question? Are you talking from the philosophical standpoint? Or are you talking from a scientific standpoint?
This is
Because they're
a
two different things.
this is a Psi 10 precept.
Oh yeah, this is the definitive Psi 10 precept.
Yeah. It's a stupid fucking question. Could you how would I operate? How would I have graduated school at any point in time in my life if that were true?
Dumb luck.
Because I would literally have to get lucky on everything if that were a possibility.
I mean,
Like-
we can agree we're not all knowing. I think we're not omniscient.
No, but
So,
you don't
I mean,
need-
that philosophically. But when you deal with science, there's certain things that we know are
well,
factual.
I think
When
you're
you're dealing with a framework for the
misunderstanding.
mathematics, I know that 1 + 1 = 2 because in that framework I have the knowledge.
But that's
and
the
belief.
point. That's the point. That's the point. The point is the point isn't that you don't know things and things like that.
Really?
The
Can I?
point
Okay,
is
so
that
wait.
people
So
always
can it-
misunderstand that. The point is that there is a God. You do have knowledge. You do know things, and in your worldview. And I'm sorry that you were borrowing from my worldview, but you in the atheist worldview, you really can't know these things.
Okay, so
I can't know that
you have to
I'm
know
not-
everything.
Wait,
in order to know everything.
so I cannot know that I'm not Jesus. There's no way for me to know that. So there's a possibility I can be Jesus.
Absolutely not, because you have knowledge.
So I know
But
that I'm
saying
not
in an
Jesus. So there is something I
atheistic
know I can.
worldview, in an atheistic world, you couldn't know that. You really couldn't.
Why not? I know I'm not
Because you
Jesus.
can't.
You know I'm not
Because
Jesus.
in your
Everyone's
worldview,
on
there
that.
is
We have
no
a concordance.
truth. Truth is subjective. But let me ask you.
truth is relative.
Okay, wait. How about this?
That's what
Can-
If evolution is true, who decides?
Why are you
right
going back to
from wrong?
evolution? That's. I mean, you can make the argument that theories can be invalidated. I would say that facts unto themselves, whether facts are true.
That. But
No.
who determines right from wrong? And
Well, that's a moral issue.
No, I wanna
It's
hear-
different
I wanna
topics.
hear-
boy.
Yeah, that's morality. That's a.
yeah, but I'm trying to
complaining,
figure out if evolution is true and there is no God.
Now you're back to evolution.
Oh.
How many different things are we running here?
Dude, stop! I want to hear this dude because I want to see him talk. His face stop match his voice.
He's such a sexy devil.
I guess that's funny.
Yo, it really is. Like, you're mad big for no reason. Your voice is mad. Like, alright.
See, he's
if
eating. And
he's
here
doing
I
that.
am. I'm just sitting back. I'm just chilling like this. I'm literally just going like this, just listening to this, and he's
Yeah,
checking
Isaiah, you
out.
could turn your camera on now. But if
Oh, he's a
evolution
much better
is
looking
true,
man than I am.
Well, no, I think
evolution,
he's doing a I sound white kind of thing. I think that's where he's going.
Well, I
with
hate
that.
it because I had a goatee just like his like a year ago, but it was longer even. And all my friends gave me shit, so I capitulated and
Like that.
cut it
You
off.
look at it and say,
No, seriously,
So-
mine was like least
So
2 or
if
3 days longer than
evolution,
that.
if
I look like a
evolution,
bassist. You
if
know, but I'm
evolution is
just
true
chilling
and there
here.
is no God, who determines right from wrong?
Right.
So
Okay,
morality.
evolution does not inform morality.
So then, how do we determine right from wrong? Where does that come from?
Okay, by a set of ethics. You ever heard of normative ethics?
No, I have not.
You should probably look into it.
Yo, your voice is not at your face.
Okay,
How high is this guy?
he's pretty high. He is pretty. I mean, I lived with a stoner for years, so I'm kind of used to this. Yeah, he's like
he's
15.
he's toked out,
Yeah.
man.
Don't laugh too loud. Your mom's gonna come in with a belt and whoop your ass.
Does she know that you're smoking pot or something? Is she aware of this? I don't want to contribute on air to somebody who's underage doing something illegal. So if you admit to me that, then I have to kind of end the broadcast because I'm not going to be a part of that. So I'm just gonna assume that he's not, because like I said, I don't like underage stuff like that. So I'm gonna assume that he's just tripping on his own accord.
He said, "I'm not going to be a part of all of that."
It really pains me.
It's called an ethical issue, and I don't need a deity to know a little bit about ethics.
It bothers me to see more young black men kind of fall for this nonsense. It's easy answers that's given out. And
so you're saying the white man can fall for it? Is that what you're saying?
It's just sad. It's sad because I see
I
so many of them fall into this way of just easy answers, not actually challenging themselves, and it's really sad. I have my own type of kind of ethnocentric, paradigm that I go down where I say, you know what, as far as a community. There are so many things that I personally say that we could improve on, and one of them is just addressing this hereditary religion, that it forces people to stop thinking critically. It's satisfied with easy answers and going down this route that really doesn't challenge anyone's beliefs. And so that has a whole other can of worms that can be opened up from that. And so it's setting young adults up to be reliant on easy answers and fillers as far as what can be explained away with superstition and magic and fucking rhetoric and not actual thought. And when I say actual thought,
is that muscle or I'm sorry?
It's muscle and fat, but it's. I understand.
The crux of his argument is if you're going to try to think critically and use philosophy, I mean, the way you're approaching it right now is not even a grade school level. It really isn't. I mean, you're basically so all over the place, and you're running with this precept, which even the best have a hard time doing because even they get creamed, because it is not a valid way to go, because it is so demonstrably wrong. It's like he said, an easy way to try to convert people when anybody who has some education is going to go, wait a minute here, this is not valid.
Well, you know what? I'm sorry to hear that you guys have rejected the God that you all know exists and have fallen down this path of ignorance and have chose sin over life.
That's a knowledge claim, though, and you're basically saying you know what we know,
really
and you don't.
Me see, people who say they were Christian at a point and say I can't do this anymore because I want to live for sin, and now they hide behind science and say science this, science that. But you know what? The Bible clearly says the foolishness of God is wiser than men. So honestly, it doesn't matter what science is. You couldn't even understand the ways of God, and that's on the all seriousness.
So you're asserting that your version of God must inherently supersede reality, then.
I'm saying God.
In other words, our reality is our reality.
Whatever he wants.
I mean, will you assume that reality is real, that our universe is real? Will you make that assumption?
No, it's not an assumption. I know that, but all right.
No, you cannot know that.
Yeah,
There's no possibility way to know that.
For a fact.
That is a basal assumption in science. There's no way to demonstrate. Okay, then you'd solve hard solipsism.
I know for a fact because God.
And basically, will win a Nobel. Because I mean, isn't he saying he's solving hard solipsism for all practical purposes?
God has revealed it to
You,
me.
you cannot prove an assumption. You cannot make a knowledge-based claim on something that must be assumed, whether it be a priori or a
It's not an
posteriori.
assumption. God has
It is
revealed
an
it.
assumption that the universe is real. You have no way to know that. There is no mechanism by which you can know that the
God
universe
has
is real.
revealed it to me. I just told you I know someone who knows everything.
Okay,
Therefore, I can know it.
then you've solved hard solipsism. Then write your thesis and I will read it. You know, because nobody's been able to do that for how many thousands of years. You basically are saying that your world, your reality is your own. You have a knowledge that nobody else can possibly have because everybody else on this planet has to assume that reality is real. Therefore, you are the only real person, and nobody else is real
Okay.
because you're living in your own world.
You want to see something real cool about people who claim this? Okay, Jose, you said you solve hard solipsism, correct? Hello, Josiah? Mother whooping his ass again.
All I'm saying is God has revealed it to me.
Okay, fine, cool. God's revealed
Right.
that.
We'll work with that.
So is God inside or outside of you?
You know what? God is living right inside.
No. Does God reside as an entity within you, or is he outside of you?
Absolutely. God is definitely living inside of me.
So God that we know from the Bible resides inside of you and not outside of time and space.
God does live inside of me.
So he's contained in your vessel, completely contained in your vessel.
Well, God has complete control.
Okay, do you understand what I'm asking you?
I absolutely do, and I think I'm being pretty good at answering these questions. But God does live with me.
Where in the Bible does it say that the God of the Bible lives inside a person named Josiah?
Well, you know what? God is abiding in me, so you know it.
Okay, abiding by you. Okay, so now it's changed. So is the entity of God inside or outside of your personal being?
God lives in me.
Okay. Do you mean that figuratively or literally?
God lives in me. I just said it.
Figuratively or literally?
Whatever you find out, man, you figure that out. But
do you know what that means?
Read Romans 8:11. The Bible says God lives in you,
Okay? That verse is referring to the figurative, not the literal.
No, I'm just saying.
Have you read the chapter? Have you read that entire chapter?
I'm saying God lives in me.
Okay, have you read that entire chapter?
I'm just saying God lives in me.
That's a yes or no question.
No,
it's really easy. It's either yes or no.
He coming here with his stick?
Yeah.
Now I'm coming to whoop his ass again. Have you read that entire chapter? This is so easy. I know he doesn't know the difference between figurative and literal.
I'm trying to figure out who's determining this. You know, did God write this for this? You know, the scholars at school. You know, the biology majors, or did he write this for normal people to read? Yeah, he did.
God didn't write the Bible.
Yes, scribes wrote the Bible. Man wrote the Bible. You could argue that it was under the influence of God's direction, but God did not come down and write the Bible.
God wrote the Bible. What are you talking about?
He didn't. No, and I don't think any Bible. You're the first person I've ever seen that actually said God literally wrote the Bible.
Man.
No, man wrote the Bible, and they claim under the influence of the Holy Ghost, or that under the direction of God. But I don't know of anybody that actually said God physically wrote the Bible and handed it over and said, "Here's the Bible," especially the King James Version, which is a compilation of various chapters, many of which are not even included in there, like the Book of Maccabees, Book of Enoch.
You know what? Those are not inspired by God. Those are not the words.
Well,
not the words of God.
That's an assertion, but still, you're claiming that God wrote physically the Bible. But anyways, I really want you to answer: is it figuratively or literally? That's a really important distinction there.
Lives in me. Now, all I'm saying.
I'm going to assume he means literally. Okay, I mean, just go from there because I'm assuming he means literally because everything else he says is literally.
I'm just saying the Bible's clear that God has revealed things to us that we can know for certain.
Okay, so how does it mean that reside?
I know the universe exists.
No, I mean,
I know the universe is out there.
Josiah, we'll assume that you mean literally, and let Yeah, go on. Because I mean, I really want to understand this.
You know what?
How this perception of you solipsism.
I'll see Drag on Judgment Day.
Oh, thanks. Cool.
Because you know what?
Anyway.
And that addresses the argument how.
I'm going to send him to the shadow realm.
I'm sorry to hear that Satan has deceived people with a theory that says we all came from a rock 3 points.
Josiah, do you understand how irrational you're sounding? And if you're just sounding this irrational to anybody who's listening, why would they want to believe in your version of God? Because obviously your God is using an emissary that can have an irrational thought. Everything you've said so far is consistently irrational. So why would a God use someone like you as a mouthpiece who's not have any kind of critical thinking whatsoever? Does not even know even some of the terminology. I mean,
all I'm
your
saying
is
if
one
you
of
believe you came from a rock, God's gonna fix you out, judgment.
And we've all explained to you that that's not how it works. So therefore, now
no,
you're
that
lying.
is exact. The textbooks.
Really? Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll place $100 on it. You find me a book that claims that evolution, that the frequency change of alleles, comes from a rock. Because I'll tell you what, I know there isn't. Because one, rocks do not reproduce. Two, rocks do not have genes.
Exactly.
Therefore, your
And
argument
that's why it's crazy.
is wrong.
And that's why it's crazy to believe in that religion of evolution.
No. So find me a book that shows. I'll tell you what. I'll give you $100 on my honor.
I'll chip in 100 for my savings.
Yeah, if you can show me in a science book where rocks have when rocks have alleles and rocks reproduce biologically, you show me a scientifically validated source.
All right.
That says that.
All right. Look,
I'm going to answer the Genesis right now.
I don't want any money because you know what? There's no honor and glory in that. I'm just doing this for the Lord.
Oh well, God bless you.
Oh man, you go and you do that research for the Lord.
Altruistic, telling people complete bullshit that rocks reproduce and rocks have alleles, because that's what you're basically saying.
That's exactly what your religion teaches. Let me say
you would imagine that somebody who has a deity living inside of them wouldn't be making false statements.
Right,
I'm just throwing it out there.
It seems contradictory. I mean, I want you to answer a yes or no question. Do you believe evolution thinks that rocks reproduce and rocks have genes? Do you think that's
what
evolutionary theory?
Evolution.
All right, so wait. So if you're saying if evolution says rocks reproduce and rocks have genes, why can't you produce a single solitary source when this is taught all over the place in every university? Why can you not produce a single source that says rocks produce biologically or rocks have alleles? Why can't you find a single source? If you cannot find a source, we call that making shit up.
I just sent you a source right there.
What text? I want to slap the authors. Who wrote that?
The fourth stage is planetary evolution. The complex chemical elements thought to have evolved within ancient stars were somehow ejected and possibly at the violent deaths of stellar life cycles, releasing great clouds of swirling compounds. What he links is something for panspermia.
I would agree with. I was going to say I kind of agree with that, but I mean, what does that have to do with rocks reproducing?
See, now you disagree with the religion of evolution.
Okay, did you hear what I said? Wait, hold on, wait. What did I just say, Josiah? Wait, what did I just say, Josiah? What did I just say that was called? Minus the crying baby.
Can I tell him?
I don't remember. Tell me.
Of course you don't. I said that's describing panspermia. That's not evolution.
And do you know what panspermia is, Josiah?
All I know is that's what your religion teaches, and you guys are
no. Panspermia. Oh my God. Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American education system.
Panspermia is the hypothesis that life was started on Earth or seeded by complex molecular compounds from other places in the space medium. Okay, in other words, from comets, from meteors, things of that nature that provided the organic compounds to the Earth. Or even with small molecular life. That has nothing to do with freaking evolution. Nothing. I mean, that's about as relating to it as plate tectonics. I mean, I don't understand why you're trying to refute a topic that you literally seem to have no understanding of whatsoever.
That's what the textbooks say. I'm just saying what I've learned from.
Show me one then. Okay, that is your claim. Show me one. Show me a textbook that says rocks reproduce biologically and have alleles. Just anyone. Show me any textbook that says that. If a scientific book says that and it's taught in schools, I will turn to your side and I will preach against it to the day I die. Convert me. Show me a single scientific textbook that says that.
I'm
Just
not in it.
if not, you are lying.
I'm in it for the glory of God.
So you're lying. So you're lying.
Who's lying?
You are, obviously.
Well, how am I lying?
Because you made a claim that science teaches this, yet you cannot find a single science book that teaches this. So where is it being taught at?
I'm gonna find
Where is it being taught that rocks have alleles?
I'm just saying, I'm gonna find you a textbook that says we came from a rock.
I'm asking you a specific question. Rocks have to reproduce, and they have to have alleles. And they actually, you got to even add more to that. They have to have differential reproduction in order to have evolution. But one can argue, I mean, if you want to go that route for natural selection. But just as itself,
natural selection just selects. It doesn't create.
I know what natural selection is. I'm sure that you do not. Trust me. But my point is that you're saying that evolution deals with rocks, and my argument to you is for evolution to deal with rocks, it must have two basic things: reproduction and genes. So show me where genes and reproductions exist in a rock. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go smoke again, and I will give you plenty of time for the audience and everybody who watches this video to find a scientific textbook that says rocks have genes and rocks reproduce. If you cannot, by the time I get back, then you really need to just admit that you absolutely pull that out of your ass. Sound good? Is that fair? I'll give you plenty of time. I'll be back.
So basically, evolution basically says that they believe that billions of years ago there was a Big Bang in which nothing exploded and created everything. There
No.
So there we have a rock. It rained on the rocks for millions of years, creating primordial soup. So the soup magically came alive 3 billion years ago.
Nope. That's not evolution.
That's what the theory teaches. Why?
No, it is not. No, it is not.
All right. Well, you're rejecting God. I'm
rejecting God now. That's God now. So we've moved.
No, I'm sorry. You're rejecting the theory.
Oh, okay. So please provide a source that states whatever the hell you just rambled on about that is evolution.
Well, it's truthingenesis.com.
Truth and Genesis. Oh, so okay. So truth and again, you remember when I had made an assertion or a suggestion to you at the beginning to use a university's website and not this fucking site?
Here.
Take care of the child, please. That's more important.
It's not my child. I don't want to hear that crying.
Okay, that's yeah.
Okay.
Well, anyway. So. How about we use validated sources that have been peer-reviewed, that are falsifiable, that actually have credentials in the field, and not people who know nothing about the topic?
They know what they're talking about. They're reading from the textbooks.
I'm back.
What textbooks then? Link them.
Yeah, I'm going to give you plenty of time. You can't find one. Oh, okay. So you can find a bunch of shit from AIG, but you can't find a single solitary textbook. You can go to Google Books or Google Scholar and look in the.
All right, I'm gonna.
Because I'll tell you what, I read Google Books when I actually do research. That's one of my sources I do use. I find it to be much more formative than just going like Wikipedia or something. That's for like quick reference. But when I actually want to learn something, I actually read things called books. Occasionally, even hard copy. They do exist still.
Evolution.
Back in my day, we had these things called libraries. I know I'm
Dewey Decimal System
before, but yeah, the Dewey Decimal System.
No, I used to be a fun fact. I used to be a librarian's assistant back when I first went to college.
Nice.
That was actually one of my. That was my
500 series. 0.5.
Yeah, that was so long ago. So long. I think it was like nonfiction. I don't know.
All right, can I quote?
It's over there somewhere.
Yeah.
If I
go down that aisle and you eventually find it.
If I quote a Kent Hovind source, would that be valid?
Does Kent Hovind have a PhD? Does he have a PhD in the topic they were talking about, or a master, or any degree, or any degree from a college that's accredited?
It doesn't matter.
It does. No.
By the way, 500 series. The reason I put that up is because it's science. Sciences.
Are you saying that you can't know the theory and disagree with it unless you have a degree?
I'm saying that if you're going to quote someone as a source, as a source. Now listen to what I'm saying very carefully.
As authoritative
source, as an authority in that field, yes, they must have training and education and some type of credentials in that field. Yes, I am saying that.
Well,
Now,
well, he
No, that's called a fallacy of
taught science for 15 years, so
I
what's
can't remember. Appeal to
Okay.
authority, and that's a fallacy. If you are citing somebody who's not authority of that field, that's a
well,
fallacy.
he taught science for 15 years. So
Okay,
So
so
high school science to church groups. He didn't teach in any public schools or anything like that.
Yeah, did he ever teach in a public school system?
Don't
he
believe
taught
so.
in a Christian school.
not a
Exactly,
public
which has
school.
no standards, basically.
Well, what's
And
the
he taught
difference?
and he
He's
taught
still
creation
teaching-
science.
If I teach
Small little room
algebra
in
in
a
a
Baptist
Christian
church.
school, all right. You know what? This is a really ignorant conversation, and I think you guys just need to go repent, tell God you're sorry because
Okay.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
You
you
guys
want
should
us to believe in your version of God, which is okay to use logical fallacies, to lie. I mean, basically that's what you've done. You've come up with false assertions. You've lied, and you made false claims, and that's the type of deity you want us to believe in. What
How is that a
kind of
false
rationale is that?
Science actually confirms that.
Oh,
Yeah.
we're okay.
I was trying to explain mitochondrial Eve this whole time and how she disproves a young Earth. I never got to that.
Just like an old Earth has been disproved.
How?
He just throws out these things. He has honestly no
Yeah, I
clue
mean-
what he's talking about whatsoever.
Yeah, you know I.
Can you give me a scientific paper that's disproved the age of the Earth? Because I mean, I know about 12 different sciences that conflate, to have a consilience to 4.54 billion years, and none that say anywhere near a 7,000-year-old model. So you say that's been disproved. Disproved where? What has this been disproved then? You're making a claim.
To answer Genesis.
Answer in Genesis is pretty authoritative.
Answer Genesis is well known as even by biblical scholars as one of the worst pieces of tripe on the internet. I mean, most even theologians don't even use it as a source. It's so
Yeah, that's all the respect they get for all the hard work they do for their truth.
Yeah, well, I can shit on a plate and present it to you all day, but it doesn't mean that it's a cake.
In his worldview, it might be. I don't know. Do you understand when you make a claim, though, you need to support it with something of an evidential or scientific?
You know what? All I gotta do is say the Bible says so, and I think that's enough weight to carry.
Okay, if that was the case, then
that
why do
is-
so many people have different interpretations of the Bible? Especially when I
what?
reiterated
That's
to you that
because-
Genesis
and
and all the
that's okay,
first 5 books of
because you know
Moses
what?
were
That's
allegory.
okay. That's okay because you know what? I'm right and they're wrong about it. So that's the case.
Boy, that's dumb.
Oh yeah,
That is atomic grade fucking dumb.
You said that's what
really-
fallacy of assertion. I am right, you are wrong.
I really can't get past the fact that is absolutely fucking stupid. The guy who laughs like Elmer Fudd cannot substantiate any of his claims. Is attempting,
Even
trying.
G-Man right now compared to what you're saying, and I
Oh
like
my
G-Man. I'm
goodness.
not trying to disparage
I'm
him. at
looking
all,
for
but
a
I mean,
video that quotes the textbooks.
Even
I'm looking
G-Man can make
for a
arguments.
video that quotes a textbook.
He's going to Tobin's Creation series because that's where I learned the whole rock soup rained on the rocks for millions of years of nonsense.
Hey, Jose, why did
No,
you
I
say
actually believe
that?
it.
Why did you say that? And not, I would stop using the word evolutionist because evolution deals with a very specific thing. Okay, why don't you use the word? Most scientists believe that heavier nuclear elements came from the interior of a star or generated by nuclear synthesis. That would be a true statement. Nobody would argue with that here.
Because I'm 13.
Oh,
So you don't know what
13.
nuclear
I thought he was-
synthesis is?
I wasn't even thinking I'm 15. Hold up, I gotta play this video.
Oh,
Are you really 13?
No, I'm 15. I'm 15.
Okay.
Have we been really? I feel bad making fun of a 15-year-old now.
Well, I was 15
I
to 16 at one time too, and I was fairly well versed. I mean, I wasn't a complete moron at 15.
I
was
think-
known as, the professor people called me and shit because I was pretty smart.
I think to some degree he's been sheltered and probably surrounded by people who don't know much themselves. So being
What?
insulated in that type of
Man,
environment,
I've been watching Eric Coben my whole life.
Oh, okay. So
Exactly.
definitely
That's
That explains a lot.
kind of reinforce what I just said.
Yeah, that definitely explains a lot because Eric Hovind is probably the most irrational, illogical, misleading person out there.
I think Eric Coben.
He can't even get the inlet and the outlet of the Grand Canyon correct. He doesn't know which way it flows. I mean, come on.
Alright, let me show you. See, the reason you guys make fun of the Bible is because you want to
We're not making fun of the Bible. I've not made fun of the
We don't look
Bible.
at evidence and come to this conclusion. We start with this and interpret everything through it. Very, very different ways.
Eric Colvin just has a voice where I just want to fight him.
That verse, that apologetic verse. But sanctify the Lord God in your heart. Be ready always to give a defense to everyone who asks a reasonable hope that's in you.
I don't want to play the whole video because it might be copyrighted by him. But I mean, you're saying my presupposition is right because I assert it is right. Therefore, everything else is wrong.
Why do
You don't see a fundamental problem in that kind of line of reasoning?
So,
all I know is you guys can't account for truth. So at this
okay,
point,
so that's cool. That's okay. So that's cool. So
but
we'll go back to
if
something.
we have to, if you don't know what truth is, I can't even
I
listen
wanted Josiah to talk about that. Is truth always truth by definition? Is it a tautology?
I have to look that word up again. Hold up.
Tautology. In other words, something that's self-references to the self. Basically, all blue cars are blue, or I'm trying to think of a good tautology. Red is red would be a tautology. Anything that basically saying that truth has to be true by definition. It's tautological.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah. I mean, can you ever think of a time truth is not true? How about that? Can you give me, which would be a violation of the law of non-contradiction? Can you give me an instance where true is actually false? Because if you could, you violated one of the logical absolutes.
Okay. Okay. You can stop playing the Kenthoven, Erikhoven, whatever it is now.
Maybe, but it assumes evil, right?
Okay. Josiah, you can stop. Okay. Here we
Playing
go.
the video, yeah.
Okay. There we go.
So obviously, I don't think Josiah knows what the logical absolutes are because he just basically said that truth can be false, from what I'm kind of implied. But
Eric didn't teach him that.
here it comes.
So, what started the creation of the universe?
Josiah, hang on. I want you to answer my question first. Can true be false?
No, it can't.
Violate the law of non-contradiction. Okay, so truth in itself is true, correct?
Absolutely.
So what you know to be true, how's that any different from what we know to be true? Because truth
well, what you know to be true is false because what I have is the
well, you just violated the law of non-contradiction then.
The Bible has no contradictions.
I didn't say the Bible. Did I say the Bible? Did that word come out of my mouth?
He hears what he wants to hear. He's been doing that the entire time.
Listen
He's
to
not
what
actually
I'm
listening.
saying very carefully. Yeah, I see that. The law of non-contradiction is one of three logical absolutes that says true cannot be false and false cannot be true. They are independent states of each other. Okay? So if you
Clearly.
for you has to be true for me if it is actually true, else it is false. And it is false.
Well, I think what you just said is very important because you don't have to believe something for it to be true. You don't believe the Bible to be
well, you
true.
don't have to believe something. To have knowledge, you have to have truth. And you have to have truth.
Absolutely, but just because you don't believe the Bible and you make excuses
Okay, we're
to say,
not talking about the Bible. I'm saying for truth to be true.
well, I'm just
if
saying
there's something that
everything
is
the
true, it is
Bible
true for
says.
both of us.
I'm just saying.
Wait.
I understand that, but you don't. The point is, you're not accepting the truth for both of us.
You're making assumptions of what the truth is. But if something is true for both of us, would you both agree, or both of us agree that 1 + 1 = 2? Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely, because God made it so.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I'm not going from your you're saying that we can't know truth. I just demonstrated that I know truth, and I don't need any justification for that.
Well, but the reason you know that
understanding
truth,
of mathematics.
the reason you know that to be true is because there is a God. Now, I know that's going too deep for you to understand.
That's circular. That you're saying that your presupposition that God exists, and your reason for presupposition that God exists is because God told you that it exists. That is about as circular as you could possibly get. God told me.
Absolutely not. I'm saying because without God, you couldn't know anything.
That's an assumption you have not demonstrated.
No, it's not an assumption. Because in your world, you can't account for truth.
Sure I can. I can say that 1 + 1 = 2 because in mathematics 1 + 1 = 2. Does that take a deity to do
Why are you crying?
Take him.
You take him. I'm going to take a shot.
Please show me. What did you say about mathematics?
I would have. Never mind.
Yeah, well,
Less
that's
Bible,
what I
more
was saying.
chalk, Eric.
In your worldview, in a universe, in a world where the universe created itself by chance over billions of years, you really can't account for truth.
Howdy.
If true is true, you're missing the whole concept here. If true, something is true, it is true regardless of anything else. Therefore, it is true
Absolutely,
for you, it is true
absolutely, and
for
you're
me.
missing the whole concept. My point isn't that it's not true for both of us. I'm saying you're not accepting the truth, and you can't know it to be true. I'm saying I can. That's the thing.
I've given you truths that you don't accept, yet they are true and demonstrably true.
Well, give me one truth that I don't accept.
That we're carbon-based life and not made out of.
Okay, all right. Well, listen. All I know is I believe what the Bible teaches, and the Bible is correct.
You don't know.
And the Bible is correct. The Bible is correct on all of its genealogies and teachings.
It's wrong. Wait, no, that's a deflection. Again, like I told you at the beginning, that statement that the Bible makes about Adam being made from the dust of the earth is demonstrably false. You're not going to just cast it aside.
And science actually confirms that.
Okay. And then science does confirm that, but that means the Bible is false.
No, it doesn't. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you. Could you be wrong about that? Could you be wrong about that?
No, I'm not.
And what's your basis for truth? How could you know that to be true?
Because we can test what's.
Because you read it out of a book?
Nope. Because I can. Have you actually worked in a lab at any point in time in your life?
Absolutely.
He's 15. He's even taking a science class.
In a physics lab, in a class lab. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you've actually seen molecules.
I've absolutely have worked in a class lab. That was your first.
Okay, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Absolutely, I love science, so I don't want to deflect you. What you talking about? I have so many science books in my room. I love science.
Yeah. Okay, please.
But there are some errors and some lies in the book.
You reject everything science.
I'm not rejecting it. I'm saying this is simply not true. It is scientifically accurate.
Remember when we asked him before for books that said that about evolution? He couldn't find any.
Golly, science book. Can't you open one up and find one?
Can I show you one of my science books that I have? I used to really love science.
You used to
really love science, which means you
before he had to do math.
Well, I used to be obsessed with science. I'm not as much anymore.
And then you decided to throw away all rationality and.
Yeah.
Well, I decided there's some lies in the book, so I got to put them down.
Oh, okay. Well,
here's what's interesting.
There might be information in a science book. I can deal with that.
I mean, the fact that anybody can say birds and bananas are related is crazy.
Okay, so do you know what's really interesting? Do you know that if you can disprove something in that with research, that you can make yourself a very rich man?
You'd be famous than Einstein, probably.
Did you know that?
Yeah. Well, Einstein wasn't an atheist either, by the way.
Okay, that has nothing to do with what I asked. Did you hear what I asked you?
Can I find one of my science books?
Okay, did you hear what I had asked you?
What did you ask me, sir?
Do you know if you can disprove something in your science book?
Absolutely, I know about that. I have heard that from other atheists.
Okay, so do you know why that is? Yes, no, maybe?
Because I would be making a new discovery.
Okay, so you'd be making it. Okay, cool. And then it would have to be the new standard, correct?
I'm looking for my science book. They must be in my closet. I'm not opening that. But anyway, I absolutely love science.
Yeah.
I studied it for about 40 years of my life.
Right.
There's a point where you got to realize things aren't true. You believe everything you read in a book.
Can you give me a specific type of science that you consider yourself to be familiarized with?
I'm not believing that for a second.
I'm not either,
when I was in second grade.
Second grade science.
No, I wasn't second grade science. I was always a bit advanced, but I studied. I studied astronomy and I studied paleontology, and I studied those. But then I stopped in like 6th or 7th grade.
You studied paleontology. That's interesting. Can you?
Yeah.
I mean, paleontology is really the best one.
Isn't paleontology with dinosaurs? I studied that.
Wait. You ask if it has to do with dinosaurs, and then you.
Because I haven't studied it in a while. You forget things.
Okay,
What the heck?
This isn't like PhD level shit here, man.
I have a.
I studied astronomy, and that deals with the formation of
the stars and stuff.
Like water molecules. It's like, what does that have to do with anything?
I think he's thinking of proctology. I think he studied proctology.
Yeah, or astrology or something.
Well, I can forget because I haven't studied it in years, but I was absolutely.
That doesn't mean you forget what the topic is and what the subject is. The study of.
Well, that's you, and you're not me, and you can't know that to be true either because you say there is no God.
No, we look at the evidence, and the evidence is I don't think you know what any of these things actually mean.
Here's what I find interesting: that somebody who supposedly loves science and God has an opportunity to combine both of those and actually prove.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because if science is going against the Bible, then it's not science. It's not right.
Okay, so that's fine. How about you wait to hear? How about you wait to hear what I'm saying? It is. It's somebody.
Like all the science books I was reading were saying dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. I'm like, that's not true.
That's
okay.
They went extinct about 4,400 years ago during the flood. They're not extinct.
Oh God. Okay, first of all, we have dinosaurs living today. I mean, so they're a clade.
They're called emus.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so if you are a firm God believer and you want to prove all the God stuff and be a good little supplicant, so you can combine that with a love of science and go, well, you know what? I can prove God's majesty through science, make money, and also bring people to the faith.
I don't want to make money. I just want to get the glory of God.
That's fine. Yep, and that's fine. So what? So you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
Actually, a Christian, man.
Okay. Do you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is?
A Christian. Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's not actually, but
actually he is. He said he was a Christian. He said he doesn't even agree with the atheists, and they say he isn't. But keep going.
Actually, he's agnostic.
Yeah, he's
a Christian.
Agnostic. That's fine. That's fine. You can you clearly delusional, but that's beside the point. So
well, anyway,
everyone knows who he is.
You would have to know that there is no God to actually
everyone knows who he is. So through his popularity, people learn about his position and his profession. So you could actually take that type of popularity and do the same thing in science as a supplicant for Christ and disprove evolution and present the biblical bullshit model and whatever it may be. So why don't you take that route instead and actually gain some type of clout?
I need to prove the Bible. Because the Bible is true. The Bible has to stand, carries its own weight. So I don't have to do that.
If that was true, then why don't we see people in the field actually writing papers that prove the Bible true? I mean, and I say in the field, accredited universities.
Or that disproves evolution. I mean, the Discovery Institute is a huge organization, with well-funded organization.
Everyone believes in God, sir.
Okay, that's not what anybody said. Did you hear what we just said? I know the answer is no, but I want to hear you say it anyway.
No, I heard what you said, but I'm just saying everyone believes in God.
Okay, how does that have to do with anything I just said?
Let's assume everybody believes in God. Okay, what the hell does that have to do with what we just said? Which was, if somebody could disprove evolution or prove God or any of those things, they would be really well funded and be very famous and get their message across far more effectively. Okay, but they have not been able to do it. Why is that?
Evolution has been disproven time and time again. But people just,
how does that have anything to do with what he just said?
Isn't that what he just said? He said, well, why hasn't it been disproven?
Okay, so here, we'll go down the rabbit hole
in the scientific community, with people that actually know what the hell they're talking about. You're making this gross misconception here that because somebody says and told you it was disproven, therefore it is disproven, without giving any evidence of why it was disproven. There is no scientific evidence that it's disproven. Zero, zip, nada, zilch, nothing. Okay, you're just going to a source like AIG that says, "Oh, evolution's been disproven." That's not.
No, I don't believe in macroevolution. So.
Okay, well.
I guarantee he doesn't know the difference. Guarantee you he
Yeah.
doesn't know the
Can you
difference.
tell us the difference between you can't well first of all you can't even tell us what evolution means, but tell us the difference what you think macro and microevolution is.
My physics teacher told me that
Your
the
physics
macro revolution.
Why don't you talk
She
why don't you
told
tell
me.
biology?
She told me it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, your physics teacher is either the biggest idiot on the planet or that you're lying.
Well, no,
because-
I believe him. No, hold on. This I believe him. There are teachers who place their religious beliefs over their
biggest
duties
idiot
as
on the
teacher.
planet.
Yes, and I know a young person. Well, she's not
Yeah,
young
no,
now. She's in college.
I'm saying that it might have happened, but
So-
your physics teacher is an idiot.
So to
Because
explain to
Magnus had
us.
physics, so was I. But
Yeah, so I went.
Explain
How
what entropy is, Josiah. What is entropy?
Microevolution is basically
that's not
the
what he
change of
asked.
kind.
That's not what he
no,
asked.
you brought up the second law of thermodynamics, which means you probably understand, or supposedly would understand, what entropy means and entropic decay. So can you explain to us the second law of thermodynamics, how biology or evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics, and basically what entropy means
Okay.
in a coherent meaning?
Here comes the non sequitur.
Basically, what atheists say, they say
This is an atheist. This is a people. This is
they basically say over a long amount of time, that's when macroevolution occurs, the change of kind.
I can give you an example of macroevolution happening in one generation.
Please give me one evidence.
Okay, sympathetic speciation, where you have a diploid number of 2 and 4 plus and another one of 2 and 6. They have offspring that has whole genome duplication that results in a 2 and 5 diploid karyotype that basically can reproduce with other 2 and which can't go into meiosis. Basically, the 2 and 5 becomes sterile, but a whole genome duplication will give them 2 and 10. Those 2 and 10s can go on to reproduce with other 2 and 10s. That is a speciation that can happen in 1 or 2 generations. It's called sympathetic speciation, and Creation.com is fine with it. Even Dr. Jonathan Sarfati says he perfectly accepts sympathetic speciation. And by definition, if you're dealing with more than one species, you're dealing with macroevolution.
That is not correct.
That's not correct.
You've
So
been
Dr.
lied
Jonathan
to.
Sarfati, who writes for Creation.com, who has a PhD in molecular biology, who says that's perfectly fine. You're arguing with him. I mean, we can go on his webpage right now.
He's absolutely incorrect. Someone's lying to him.
Well, I agree that he's incorrect about a lot of things, but on this particular instance, he's not incorrect. Because for the creationist model to be viable, you have to have speciation. Do you acknowledge that, or do you deny speciation occurs?
The Bible says people they bring forth after their kind.
That is not my question. Do you agree or disagree that speciation occurs?
This is when the creationist mind cannot deal with reality and must then use what it has left. Nothing.
Yeah, literally, you're going down to nothing here, Josiah, because I'll tell you right now, if you answer speciation cannot exist, then your creationist model is completely destroyed, because creationism models, baremology, relies on speciation.
Just quote a Bible verse and just tell us we're going to hell. I think that'd be the easiest thing for you to do right now.
All liars and thieves will take part in the lake of fire.
Well, you've lied numerous times right in here. We've demonstrated you've lied. You've made false claims that you cannot support. You've lied and said evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics, which I'll explain to you real briefly why it can't. The second law of thermodynamics only deals with isolated systems, where there's no free exchange of information, energy, or mass across the boundaries of the system.
Sir,
Okay.
you can speak to my physics teacher on it.
Oh, I will be happy to. And if your physics teacher is asserting that, she needs to be fired because she's incompetent.
Yes.
I think you're wrong.
That is basic physics. I mean, you could. I would have taken a couple definitions for entropy. The least of which I hate, which is chaos from disorder, because it's not.
The second law of thermodynamics basically states that either things will stay the same or they will degrade.
No, that's not what it says. That's not even remotely what it says.
Well,
No,
how about
that is
this?
what it says.
How about in terms of delta? What is entropy?
Give us a delta S of it. Or related to the microstates. I'm fine with that too. Give us like in relation to the Boltzmann constant. I'm fine with that. That could be a very viable definition.
All right. Well, Listen, the Bible clearly states
So
that God
the
gave you
Bible
up to
clearly
a
states
reprobate
Boltzmann
mind.
constant ln microstates or delta s. I mean, I've read the Bible. I don't recall that ever being in there. So you're making assertions here on, and you're not even providing any evidence for it.
Well, evolution.
You would have had a better. You know, you probably would have had a better
Evolution makes a
argument
bunch
for
of
law other than
claims
that
with no
experiment.
evidence for it, and every piece of evidence that they say, oh, we found the missing link, you know, it gets disproven, 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 disproven.
Yeah, I mean, did you see what rational?
None
Did you see what rational mind
of
disproves?
none of it stands the test of time.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you this real quick. I might have another smoke, but hey, do you agree? Do you agree that according to entropic laws, that the one of the conditions
I don't
is
even
that
know what that is. You know, I
then
don't
why
know
are
what
you
that
saying
is.
that evolution violates the second law if you don't know what entropic law
I
is?
didn't say that. I said my teacher said that.
My teacher said it, and I think it.
Yeah, I'm explaining why your teacher would be wrong. I'm gonna do a pre-sub and assume that your teacher may have said it rather than saying that she's just that, or you're lying. I'm gonna assume she's just that incompetent. But
why would I be lying about that?
But the second law is saying that the net entropy of the universe must increase, but it doesn't say anything about a local diminishing of entropy. Okay? Because you understand the difference between a local entropy decrease and universal entropy?
Just explain it to me.
Are you going to listen?
Yeah, absolutely. I always listen.
Okay. Okay.
That's a lie. That's an absolute lie.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think, should I go down a classical route and explain it more of like, a reversible process, or just how to,
let's leave out all the big words, and that's why evolutionists really hate when Ken Hovind speaks, because he leaves out all the big words, and it bothers them to see him
yeah,
be
why
so correct.
Why try to be precise? I know.
Yeah, he breaks out the construction paper and crayons.
I'm about to play Ken Hovind's video live in text.
No, okay. There's an
I'm
issue.
I'm gonna go educate myself first before I come into this battle.
Listen. Okay, don't play that in here because there's going to be a copyright issue. That's what we're saying. Well, many of us are familiar with Mr. Eric and his inability to communicate scientific facts. That's something, if you're going to defer to him, that's fine, but don't play the video in here.
All right, look, there are some serious lies in the textbooks.
You give me one. I have found mistakes in scientific textbooks. My biggest pet peeve was always been meteors. When when I grew up, they said meteors hit the upper atmosphere and then burn up because of friction. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Burn up because of the aether.
Because of the aether. Okay.
The ether.
But I mean, so you've heard that before. Did you believe that to be a scientific fact?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's absolutely wrong.
And just like evolution.
No, we're not talking about evolution this second. I'm giving you an example that supports your argument here, so listen to me. There are things in scientific texts that are wrong. That would be one of them, because when a meteor hits the atmosphere, it doesn't burn up because of friction. It burns up what's called ram pressure, meaning that there's a compression of the air or atmosphere in the front of the meteor because it's going at such a high velocity that it causes the compression. What happens when you have a compression of air? It raises in temperature. Okay, are you familiar with the ideal gas law?
I have to play this
PV1 over
video.
PV1 over T1 equals PV2 over T2. That law? No.
We're talking about Boyle's or Charles?
Boyle's. There's Boyle's law, Charles law, ideal gas law. PV equals nRT for ideal gas law. But these laws are for basically saying that as you have a decrease in volume, you have an increase in temperature. Okay. So as the temperature goes up because of this ram pressure, that's what causes the I think it's called bleation of the outside of the meteor. It has nothing to do with friction. It's not like when you have friction, you have a coefficient of friction, and when you rub something together, the coefficient of friction is what's causing that heat to build up. That's not how it works in a meteor. Okay, so that is misinformation in a science book that I've seen quite often. So yes, it does happen. Can you give me an example of something in a science book that you have found to be incorrect? And don't say evolution because you have not demonstrated that.
I had all these letters in my math book, and I think that's wrong, and I didn't like it, so I didn't look at it.
I'm waiting. I'm giving him ample time.
He's looking on Answers in Genesis. Just give him a minute.
Okay.
Thinking is hard.
I mean, I'm not expecting him to memorize like Boltzmann constant. I don't fucking remember what the hell it is. But I mean, if you're talking about thermodynamics, you should actually have an understanding of a relationship between pressure, volume, and temperature. I mean, they're intimately related to each other in different processes.
Oh shit! My son's trying to get up here. Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah. No. And that's what I.
And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong, because it has been a while, Jack. Boyle's law doesn't take into account temperature. Isn't it like P1 V1 equals P2 V2, while Charles' law is PV1 over T1 over equals P2 V2 over T2?
I'd have to open my book. It's over on the.
It's been 25 years. I mean, I barely remember Bernoulli's equation and shit.
I want to say you're right about the PVRT one. I want to say that's right, but I want to say one of them is, and I'm just going by memory. I'm playing Star Wars. I want to say one of them is P1 times V1 over.
That'd be a constant.
No, it's not. It's not constant. That's a
gift. I would
want to say P1. I think it's. Yeah, I want to say it's Boyle's. I want to say it's like P1 times V1 and then P2 times V2 or something like that.
Which is that follows into Boyle's. I would imagine. I think when you were calling it's Charles, because I had to memorize it as P1 V1 equals over T1 equals P2 V2 over T2, and then you can do qualitative analysis saying that if the temperature T1 goes up, how is it going to affect, with all things other being constant, the volume or the pressure. If you hold the pressure constant, then obviously it's a quantitative analysis such that pressure has to increase and vice versa. I don't know, man. When you don't use that shit, you really do lose it pretty fast, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude.
Because I'm not a physicist. I mean, I took all that shit literally 25 years ago.
No, I looked at it earlier today because I was trying to do some of the homework. We didn't even go over gas laws. We did a lab for it. Didn't go over it in the class. Did a lab for it though, and then we're having to do the homework. So I'm sending stuff to my classmates and whatnot. We're trying to, he's like, oh yeah, you can do the pre-labs and stuff like that for the extra credit, and we're like, well, that's nice when we haven't even, covered this shit. So we're trying to figure out Google and all this other shit.
Can I ask you a question? Has anybody ever
One second. Have you ever met Fiona?
Yeah. Oh, Fiona talk all the time.
I love her. And she was the only person that I've met to date that talked about like Premstalung and Chenyokov radiation, which I had to learn in nuke school. And yet I've never heard anybody even know what the hell they were. And she's a biologist, and she's like knowing these intricate things about physics that, I mean, I had to like literally bust my brain to study. And she's just like top of her head kind of thing. I'm like, fuck, this chick is fucking smart.
Have you seen her research paper or thesis, master's or PhD thesis?
Well, no, I haven't.
I'll link it to you after this.
She mentioned what was she talking about? Because I mean, doesn't she specifically go into molecular biology?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, she is one smart chick, man. Because I mean, even the physics people I know never heard of Chenyokov radiation or Bremsstrahlung.
Has anyone ever seen a dog produce a non-dog?
What is a non-dog?
Wait.
Hold on.
Have we done Isaiah? Okay.
Let Isaiah. I'm playing this.
Let Isaiah do it. He loves dogs.
Oh yes, dogs are so cute. There's a law. There's a law, Josiah. It's called Mayer's Law of Monophyly. It has to do with cladistics. When you have something in a clade, its descendants will also be in that clade. So if something is in the dog clade, so will its descendants.
Yeah, I caught that before you said that.
And ever.
So why does evolution teach that the dog can produce a non-dog?
It doesn't. Nowhere in evolution does it teach that.
Doesn't matter how different it gets. It could be a two-toed arboreal herbivore for
well, you know what? That's what the textbooks state, because I've debated atheists at school who'll say, well, think about a circle, and if you keep bending the edges on the circle, eventually it'll become something else.
Okay, atheist doesn't mean they know shit about biology.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a biologist, not a fucking person who has a theological position.
Taxonomy is a hard subject. I know few people who really get it.
Well, that's what the textbooks teach, so.
No, it doesn't. Do you know what a nested hierarchy is? Or do you know what
he keeps referring to these textbooks. Are these the ones that you were supposedly going to show us, or are these the ones you can't find?
Alright, let me show you right now because now
Okay,
you
go ahead. I will go smoke again and give you plenty of time to find a textbook that shows dogs come from not dogs as evolutionary theory, because I guarantee it.
Alright.
So what I want to do is, I want you to give me there's an ISBN number on that book. I want that number because I'm going to.
You're not getting the I or whatever you said. That's too much.
Okay, it's like a 10-digit number that you can give me, and I can look at the book myself.
Oh,
and I
praise
can find
God! I opened the page exactly to evolution. Ain't that something?
Ain't that something? Praise Jesus! What now?
How about you?
Hallelujah! Amen.
And what is it supposed to be showing us here?
Hold on, let me show you exactly what it says.
You find a violation of the law of monophilia, and I'll look at it.
I don't know.
See, look. And tell me, is it referring to dog as a paraphyletic?
See, look, they got Darwin's 14 times the finches. These aren't proof of evolution at all. These are variation.
That's called adaptive radiation.
Yeah, variation and adaptation. It's really not proof of evolution. But
is this guy being serious? Because
Alright, look, they're basically saying right here we came from a rock. There we go.
Basically saying we came from a rock. Where's a picture of a rock there? It looks like hominidia is what it's showing you. Is that hominidia?
There's hemoglobin.
I can't read anything on there.
Hold on, let me look at it.
I can't read it.
Look, look at another line in the textbook. Look at this.
Okay, it's way too close. Okay, it's trying to focus. Okay, so appendix appears to serve no function. Why are we all born with one? Okay, that's talking about vestigial route. Okay, that's talking about a vestigial fucking organ.
No, this is not true. We need our appendix for our immune system.
Okay, but vestigial. Okay, do you know what vestigial means?
That organ that we don't need anymore.
No, that's not what vestigial means. That is not at all what it freaking means.
Alright, well, I'm only 15, so let's
I know, and that's the problem. Don't you see a problem here? You're talking to people that obviously have a little bit more education. I'm not one of them, but other people here have pretty decent. I look like an idiot compared to them, and I have a $250,000 education, and I look like an idiot compared to some people that come in here.
Isn't Isaiah a teenager?
He's 21.
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Isaiah, aren't you a high school sophomore?
I'm offended you don't know my age.
See, Dragnet's, he does all this stuff. I mean, he's still taking college courses, and so he's a lot more familiar with it than I am. I'm going.
Isaiah, you told Kent Hovind that you were high school. Well, let me ask you, which came
he did
first?
Not.
Yes, he did. That's what Kent Hovind said.
Okay, I talked to Kent Hovind with Isaiah on the phone, and he was very fine with having a discussion with us, and he told us to contact him on Monday after he did his show, and we get a response back from his people saying that they basically changed their mind, which is okay with me because I'm glad I didn't, because I have no desire to get an engagement with Ken Hovind. He's not my target that I'm going for.
Yeah, he'll disprove everything. I understand.
No, I'm not worried about that. But he likes to.
I'd be worried about it with your evolutionary theory.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He doesn't understand taxonomy. It's Ken Hovind. He said.
Right, he's making the same assertion as you are that an evolution of dog comes from a non-dog, yet you cannot find a single place where it says that or even applies it.
Alright, I'm gonna find it right now.
Like I said, I'm gonna go smoke while you're doing that. Jose, when I get
you
back,
smoked 3 times, and you need to chill.
Well, no, actually it's the same cigarette. If you can tell, I come back after about a minute. I only have a little bit of each time because I don't like to smoke.
Isaiah don't smoke like that. You shouldn't either.
I don't think Isaiah smokes.
Isaiah does smoke cigarettes.
I have a family history of cancer. It's not wise.
Well, so do I. My brother passed away from cancer. But let me ask you something, Josiah. If I can show you in Kent, when I get back, Kent Hovind's Creationist Handbook, 9th edition, where he specifically makes a claim where you yourself can validate the source and see that the source has something completely different. Would you agree that Ken Hovind is using claims that are incorrect?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So you have no integrity, and you have no scientific.
Of course, man. Chill.
Okay. All right. I'll be back in a second. Because I'm telling you, it's easy to do so, and everybody who's looked at this even agreed. okay, he shouldn't be using this claim anymore. But the problem is he still does.
That we came from a rock and rained on the rocks for millions of years.
No.
Yo, Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
So are you gonna debate Kent Hovind?
I'm gonna let him go. I'm gonna focus on G-Man, the YouTube creationist.
Was G-Man educated?
No, not. Kent Hovind isn't educated either.
Nah, but he's more educated than G-Man.
That's debatable.
I doubt it. Yeah. But I'm gonna let Kent Hovind go. I mean,
nah, you need to debate Kent Hovind because you keep commenting on his videos every day. You need to debate him so I can see him destroy you and drag you nut.
He can try.
Yeah,
okay. He'll debate you with he'll debate you with 90% of his brain time behind his back, sir.
How do you calculate? What do you count? What do you count as a 90%?
I hate when a suit does this.
Are you just gonna leave out your motor functions and just go with memory, or what is 90%?
Kent Hovind said, "I'll debate you with 3/4 of my brain time behind my back."
I think he does that on a regular basis.
And he destroys evolution, amen.
He doesn't know what evolution is, neither do you.
Unfortunately, he does, and he's been exposed to that dumb religion of evolutionism.
Okay, so let's try this once again. So I'll ask you what evolution is. You're not going to tell me, and you're going to deflect or say a Bible.
Evolution basically.
That laugh though.
Evolution is basically how everything got here. Nah, it's not. That's abiogenesis. Oh my gosh. Evolution talks about how things changed after they got here. I've messed the theory up.
So they grow up?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, basically.
So me turning into going from an adolescent to an adult was evolution?
Basically.
No, we're talking about biological evolution.
Well, I think Isaiah disagrees with you there.
I'll give you a hint. Allelic frequency. There's your hint.
What?
Allelic frequency. There's your hint.
You know, I don't know what that is. I already told you this last time.
If you don't know what that is, then you don't know what evolution is.
Okay. Anyway, bold claim. Anyway, are you saying so?
No. You're not going to sweep that under the rug. No, if you don't know what that is, period, then you don't know what evolution is. Period. That's not a claim. That's a fact. Because
once again, the Bible says.
Again,
the Bible says.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
The Bible says the wrath of God.
I'm not done speaking. I can do this all night. So,
the Bible says the wrath of God.
Anyway. So, like I was saying, if you don't know what that is, by definition, you don't know what evolution is. You cannot have a definition of evolution that does not include allele frequencies. Now,
but the Bible clearly states that the wrath of God is revealed.
I don't care. I don't give a shit what the Bible says. Okay, I don't give a shit what the Bible says.
You just blaspheme God's word.
I don't give a shit.
See that? Because you're holding in the truth and unrighteousness. Because you know what? What may be known of God, God has shown it to you. For since the creation of the world, His invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by things that are, being understood by His eternal power and Godhead. So you are without excuse. Because that, when you knew God, you didn't glorify Him as God. Neither were thankful what became vain in their imagination, and your foolish heart was darkened. Professing yourself to be wise, you became a fool. Now, that's what the Bible states.
Okay, the Bible also states that you can breed striped animal by putting up against a fucking pole.
What?
Never mind.
Get some striped sticks. Put them in some
anyway. I believe the Bible to be literally true, scientifically accurate. So.
Okay, again, we'll go back to my example with the silicon. Why are we not silicone based?
Man, dude, we are silicone based. What?
What does when I say silicone base, what am I referring to?
That most of what our body is made out of is silicone.
Wow, are we
Really?
back on this now?
Yeah, he's saying that he's going back to the Bible literally true, and he doesn't
By
know
the
a
way,
damn
I
thing.
just ran into my new roommate who I haven't had a chance to talk too much. He's a evangelistic Christian, and he's like Ken Hovind is a what's the word he used? I don't want to misquote him. Heretic. Yeah. So.
Right.
Moron.
Well, basically,
right.
let me speak to your evangelistic friend. I'm gonna straighten him out.
Yeah, like you have a.
Yes, a 15-year-old with barely an education or an understanding of biology is going to straighten someone else's out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to believe that.
All right, well, get you. I bet you I'll straighten your evangelistic roommate. I'll straighten him out. I'll get him figuring out.
Anyways,
evolution is the dumbest, most dangerous religion on planet Earth.
Hold on, can I show you a claim where
evolution is the cause of 9/11. Evolution is the cause of the Holocaust.
He's transsexuals as well, according to Pat Robertson.
He's trolling now. He's trolling.
He's trolling really bad though. We've had much better trolls. Come on.
I'm not trolling.
You're
I'm
an
saying
expert on that
evolution.
field,
If evolution wasn't a theory of Darwin's idea of survival of the fittest, the Holocaust wouldn't have happened.
What is survival of the fittest? Then? Please explain to me. I'm looking this up here. I have it on my
The strongest survive.
Which means
the best survive.
Foundation of creationism.
So basically, you're saying if an organism is better physically fit, in other words, it's stronger, it's more agile, it has bigger muscles, it's more likely to survive.
That also can mean something else.
Because that's not what it means.
What does it mean, sir?
It means that if an organism or a population of species has a genetic variation that can adapt to its environment under selective pressures, it's better to go on to have a chance to reproduce than an organism without those traits.
That's exactly what I just said.
No, it's not, because it's on the genome level. It's on the genomic level.
That's what I just
understand what a phenotype is? Do you understand what a phenotype trait is?
That's my argument.
What?
The phenotype genotype thing. That's my argument.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, I hate stealing his thunder. I'll go back to being stupid here.
So survival of the fittest, the continued existence of organisms that are best adapted to their environment, with the extinction of others, as a concept of Darwinian theory of evolution.
What does that mean to be better suited? Can you explain to me plasticity or selective pressures?
Survive. I'm really not gonna get into it. Because you know what, the God's word is my final authority.
So God is so you're blaming God for your ignorance, then?
No, I'm basically saying I'll see you guys on Judgment Day.
Well, how do you know I don't believe in a God that accepts evolution?
Okay, it doesn't matter what God you believe in. You believe in the God of the Bible and
your
my
version
God.
Of the Bible.
No, the God of the Bible.
You've already stated that the God that you believe in is fine with you lying and you making shit up and you pulling stuff.
I never said that. I've never lied to you guys once.
You misrepresented a few of us here. You misrepresented what the theory states multiple times. That's called lying, my friend.
That's what the theory states. The theory says we came from a rock.
No, you actually pulled up. No, wait. Well, you pulled up the science book, and it didn't say that. We actually saw it.
I didn't see anywhere rock in there.
No, there is no word rock. So he's lying again. But, it's okay.
Now you're lying about not lying. How deep do you want to go here?
Oh my gosh, I have not lied.
You have lied. You've lied several times.
I haven't lied once in about 3 months because I'm not a sinner, but that's another topic.
You've lied to the 3 hours ago.
You bore false witness. That is a lie according to the Bible. You have borne false witness because you made claims that you did not support, and you even opened a book that didn't say anything about a rock. How are you justifying that not to be a lie?
Yes, it did.
Where did it say the word rock in there? Maybe I missed it. Show me again. Did it say rock in there?
It didn't.
Okay.
So that's a lie.
No, I said the textbooks. I didn't say my textbook says it.
So you brought up a text. You said the textbook says it. You brought up a textbook to prove your point, but it just wasn't the one that you brought up.
Textbook said it.
The what textbook?
Which textbook?
My textbook.
Give me the name. I'll look into it.
Go to the textbook of the
Go ahead and make something up. Go ahead and lie. What was a lie? I didn't hear it.
Thank you for insulting me, sir. You make me feel really good.
That's fine. You shouldn't lie.
I haven't lied once.
You lied.
Well, we just demonstrated you've lied numerous times.
You keep lying.
I haven't lied once.
Now you're lying again about lying.
I haven't lied once, so.
I mean, you can keep lying all day. I mean, it just proves again
Okay,
that.
Are you looking for this?
Can you see the side chat there, Josiah?
The side
chat. Okay.
I sent you the site where it says this: the fourth stage is planetary evolution. The complex chemical elements thought to have evolved within ancient stars or somehow ejected, possibly at the violent deaths of stellar life cycles, releasing great clouds and swirling compounds.
Now,
these clouds of chemicals, molten rock.
That doesn't look like a science book to me.
Nope, it's not. He's lying again. That's the same link that I told him, and we explained what that was. That's panspermia. And so he's lying yet again.
No, this is a science book. Well, this is biology. See?
What's the ISBN on the book?
Well, let me find it.
There's an ISBN number.
Well, here it is.
Well, who's the author?
Jay Fallon.
Jayfa.
No. Okay, Jay, did we come from a rock?
No.
I'm glad you know that, Isaiah.
So I'm still trying to wait and see where it says rock.
I'm gonna find it right now. God.
Oh, fine. Okay, fine. If you cannot find it, then you're lying. That's fine. Take your time.
I'm not a liar.
I haven't determined if it's an incredible science book.
If it does not say rock in there, that we came from rocks, then you are a liar.
KJ, I will beat you.
Take your time.
KJ, come in.
I'm gonna go get some more macaroni.
Damn, you're making me hungry.
I'm going to have an English muffin while I'm...
Dude, I need to go get some. I need to go get some Kentucky Fried Chicken or something.
Well, I was gonna ask Isaiah. I'm thinking about taking. I'm gonna take a math. I'm gonna take pre-calculus next semester. I'm trying to see if I want to take genetics or I want to take like principles of biology. I think I should do principles of biology, then genetics.
You should take biology, so they'll teach you how you came from a rock. Mm-hmm.
Oh, have you found where it says that yet?
Yeah, find a curriculum that says that. I'm curious.
KJ,
St.
come
Tommy
here.
just invited me to a hangout, but I'm gonna have to.
Give me that.
Who?
St. Tommy.
Come over.
Oh, St. Tommy?
Yeah, I like him a lot.
St. Tommy's fun.
Hold up.
Kid's a pretty good troll. He's entertaining.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Who's a troll? Stop calling me a troll.
Think he would survive on Talking Shit Tuesday very long?
No.
The Bible says, "Be not." The Bible says, "Be not deceived."
Okay, hey. We were talking about your textbook.
So let me ask you. When did you give up Christianity, sir?
Oh my God! How many times are you gonna get this guy up here?
Okay, how about no.
He told me he gave up.
No. You find in the book first, and then I answer your question.
He said he gave up God when he got smart. Disrespectful.
Okay,
I'm gonna smack yo.
Aren't you supposed to be doing your fucking homework? You sit up here talking to these people. You're supposed to be doing your homework.
Where's my homework at? I pulled out the textbook to show someone something. Oh, all right, shut up.
Okay.
Wait, Drag, didn't he just say he didn't get a beat down the other day when we told you this is what happened? He got.
Nah, that's not the same person. That's my sister. She trying to talk stupid. I'm not trying to hear that.
Oh, I love older sisters. Older sisters.
This is awkward. So, sounds like she wants you to do your homework because you may want to learn something because you haven't demonstrated
sounds
you
like
have so far.
it sounds like he says a lot of stupid shit on a regular basis, so she didn't want him online saying stupid shit.
Embarrassing himself.
Yeah, basically.
No, that's not why. She thought I had homework because I had a textbook open, but,
Okay.
So when did you give up Christianity?
So basically, you cannot find what we've asked for.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out when you gave up. Okay, I couldn't find it.
You can also.
I couldn't find it. Couldn't find it.
So you can find it. Okay,
couldn't
so.
find it. Couldn't find it.
So that means.
I couldn't find it. When did you give up Christianity? When did you give up Christianity?
So that means you were lying.
No, I didn't.
Yep. What did
I never said go to.
What did I say?
He said the book says. The science books say we came from
I said, yeah, the science. Well, that's what Ken Hovind said. He said the textbooks do say.
Ken Hovind's a
Hovind said
it. Hurting him.
So now Ken Hovind says it, not the textbook.
You passing the blame?
Well, he said that's what the textbooks say, and I believe him because he's a Christian, and Christians don't lie. So.
I can point you to one video where Kent Hovind lies.
Wow.
His dad went to jail. Wait, his dad went to jail for lying. Just came out of prison for lying.
For tax fraud.
And he didn't go to jail for taxes. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
I have the transcripts.
Don't
you say that he did it, because I will demonstrate to you right now. You're lying again.
Do you know what structuring is? Hold on. Do you know what structuring is?
He didn't go to jail for tax evasion.
Did he go to jail for structuring?
He didn't. He wasn't guilty at all. He said he wasn't, so he wasn't.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't. He says he wasn't. Therefore, he
paid
wasn't.
his employees.
58 counts.
Free my homie Kent.
The employer tax.
Yeah, but I bet you won't debate him.
Do you know what structuring is?
Free my homie Kent.
You won't debate him.
Wait, do you know what structuring is?
You won't debate him. Well, you never answered my question. When did you give up Christianity? I'm trying to figure this out.
Because you're demonstrating that you're lying.
When you acknowledge your lie.
I acknowledge your claim, and now you're ignoring mine.
Well, now you have another lie that we're demonstrating that you said is...
yeah, but I already asked one. So
let's say the word tax evasion. In the appeals that he had, it says numerous times, tax evasion.
It doesn't matter. He didn't do what he was accused of doing. Now,
okay, well, the law he did.
Free my homie Kent.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you something.
Do you agree? I'm going to be very specific here.
Let me ask something after this.
That according to the Bible, under the Levitical Code, that Ken Hovind did or did not say if he was king, quote, king or president of a small portion of America, that he would implement biblical law from Leviticus and have executions for anybody that is gay, that commits adultery, that curses.
He absolutely did not say. He did not say that. He even said himself that he doesn't think that we should follow all the laws.
Okay, I have the video.
Play it.
Okay,
he didn't say that.
Jail specifically.
He said the world will be run much better if we were using the moral code.
And Stephen Anderson asked him, should Christians do that? And he said no. And Stephen Anderson said, so the state should have state section.
Oh yes, I watched that video. I watched that video.
Absolutely.
I bet you won't debate Stephen Anderson.
Again, because anybody can go watch those videos.
No, because there's a lot of videos when Ken Hovind talks about the world being run when he controls a small portion.
He said, quote, if he was king or a president of a small portion of America, he would implement Levitical law. How can you sit there and say he didn't?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, if you let him speak, then you might have heard him.
All right, well, let me speak. When did you give up Christianity, sir?
Around 2007.
Okay, why? Why did you give it up?
Because I came to the conclusion. I did actually, but I guess he wants a better answer.
I don't know why I do, but I usually listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, well, he's on broadcast. That's why.
You were never a Christian because your final authority wasn't God's word. Now, I know that's shocking to hear, because your final authority should say, I don't care what this says. I don't care who says it. I don't care how they prove it. God said. That's all it should take.
Okay, so for you to consider me never a Christian, you have to know my life. Up until that point, I was a Christian. At that point, then yes, you would be correct. But before then, he was my authority.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Again, up until that point, he was my authority. But at that moment, he became not important at all.
Well, and you know what? We'll see how that works out for you, Judgment Day.
Okay, the whole fear-mongering thing doesn't work on people who aren't weak-minded. You do know that, right?
I'm just letting you know. I'll see you.
Okay, do
Judgment Day.
you realize that?
I'm
not trying to
lying
do
is
that.
doesn't really have an effect on me either. I don't trust them.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see you Judgment Day.
Okay, that's called fear mongering.
No, I'm just saying we'll see you fear.
Okay, so in the future, when you actually have to become an adult and make critical decisions, you will never be placed in the position over people because you're unable to think for yourself.
All right. Well, listen. All I'm saying is I believe exactly what the Bible teaches.
That's fine, and you can believe it all day.
That's
Doesn't
how
mean
they
it's right.
believe.
And all I'm saying is you were never a real Christian because your authority should finally say, God said so.
Well, that's fine. I can be. I was probably a horrible example of a Christian. I don't deny that whatsoever.
Absolutely, you were never a Christian. We already established that.
Well, actually, no. You don't. Did you know my life?
I know by what you're saying. I know.
Okay, so you said I was never a Christian, so there was no point in time in my life where God was my authority.
Never a time. If you left from God, the Bible says they went out from us because they never were a part of us. I mean, honestly, that scripture is self-explanatory. You were never a Christian. You wouldn't have left because you would have continued in the faith, sir.
Oh, that's too bad then.
Yeah, you were never.
And honestly, it doesn't matter.
You need to stop saying you were a Christian because that's dangerous to people.
Okay, that's fine. If you label me a thinker, a rationalist, that'll hold more weight than being a supplicant. That's fine. I will be something other than a supplicant.
All right. Well, all I'm saying is, let me ask you, Isaiah. Were you ever a Christian ever in your life?
Yes, until last year.
Was God's word your final authority?
If you're going along the
no.
same line of thought, then the conclusion is going to be the same. What would be the use in asking?
I understand that, dear, but I want Isaiah to answer for himself.
Because you're there.
This kid, I have nut hairs older than him.
Hey, thank you, Rascal. Sorry we didn't get you more involved. I hope you at least enjoyed yourself.
Yeah,
we'll get a more productive one with a little bit more.
Isaiah.
I don't know, challenging.
Yeah, it might be good. But yeah, I had a good time. So
thank you, sir. I highly suggest Jose should watch the video you posted on your channel, because I watched it briefly, just a little bit, and it was the same exact video that I was referring to as far as Steve Anderson talking to Ken Hovind in jail. So, but anyways, let me change it up a little bit here, Jose. I posted a little bit earlier in the side chat a claim that Hovind uses strictly right out of his 9th edition Creationist handbook. I can give you the link for it if you want, but if not, you can trust me and realize that this is a claim he's made.
Absolutely, I don't believe anything an atheist says ever.
Okay, well, I'm an atheist, so but anyways, the claim that he made. Okay, so you don't believe that 1 + 1 = 2? Really? Wow.
Well, that means he doesn't believe my claim about being about
absolutely
not believing in God. Well, no. You just said you don't believe anything, so that means I'm a Christian. Then you don't believe me about being an atheist.
I believe you believe in God. You were never a Christian.
Well, no. If you don't believe me, wait. You don't wait.
You said you were a Christian,
and I said at a certain point, and I said at a certain point I stopped being. So that means if you don't believe me, then I'm still a Christian.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't believe
because you don't believe he stopped believing.
Isaiah.
But anyways, so the claim is the lower leg of the Fairbanks Creek mammoth had a radiocarbon age dating of 15,380 radiocarbon years, while its flesh was 21,300 RCY. Okay, basically what it's saying is his claim was that one mammoth was radiocarbon dated, where the skin and flesh were 21,000 years dated to, and the leg was dated to 15. So in other words, there was a discrepancy of about 6,000 years between the two. And his argument was radiometric dating must be invalid if we dated a single mammoth with that far of a discrepancy. Are you familiar with that claim?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you accept that I'm not making that up. That is one of Hovind's claims, correct?
Absolutely. Because I think I remember it.
Okay. Now, I posted a little bit below where he cites for that claim out of his handbook. Okay. And what he cites for the claim is a quaternary stratigraphic nomenclature in unglaciated Central America, paper number 862, which was published in the year of 1975. Okay. If you open that PDF file and go to page 30, you'll see there's two entries that he's talking about. Okay. And those two entries are the one that is dated 15,000 years and the other one's 20,000 years. If you note when they were entered 8 years apart, They were entered at 2 different locations. They were found. They were entered at 2 different years. They were found. And also note that one of the entries says invalidated because it was contaminated with glycol, glycogen.
Glycerin.
Glycerin. Was it glycerin?
Glycerin.
Okay. I always get the glycerin and glycogen confused. I'm an idiot. Okay, so was it, was it again? Was it glycogen or glycerol? I don't remember.
Glycerin.
Glycerin. Okay, so it was contaminated with glycerin, which is organic, meaning that if you do radiochromatic dating on it, it's going to give false results because it has carbon in it. So basically, these were 2 different mammoths found at 2 different strata, 2 different times, 8 years apart. He's conflated them into a single mammoth. How is that not disingenuous? And then when he's brought this up to him, he said, well, I got the claim from, I think it was ICR he quoted, and which means that he didn't validate the claim, he didn't do research on the claim, and he still uses it to this day on his DVDs. Why is that?
Well, honestly, I didn't understand your question correctly. I must not have understood it correctly.
The claim was that a single mammoth was radiocarbon dated 2 different dates. One of which the leg had a specific date of 15,000 years.
Well, it depends on what you mean by that.
What
do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean? How do you interpret that any different? The claim was a single mammoth was radiocarbon dated
well,
2 different dates.
I think it depends on what you mean by a claim.
This is something in his handbook that is a claim that he uses to say radiometric dating is incorrect.
He said it.
He said it as a fact. He asserted it.
Mammoth. What do you mean by that?
Okay, now he's just fucking around.
Yeah, I believe that you're really ignorant, but I cannot believe you're actually this stupid.
No, he's feeling dumb now. He doesn't have a response for it, so his only choice is to play stupid in the face of someone being purposely.
That's the problem.
Well, he might not. He might not be. I think he's just being kind of cloistered in. He's purposely cloistered himself in this cloud of fucking ignorance, and then instead of having hard questions being asked, he can just defer back to the Bible or what somebody said because thinking's too hard for him.
I wouldn't even play these level as hard questions. I've had hard questions answered to me, and I'm like, you know what? I have no fucking idea.
Well, that takes humility. I don't think he possesses the humility to do that, or the ability to understand that sometimes you will encounter questions that are actually difficult. You have a choice: be honest and say I don't know, or just say, you know what, I do know, or I think I know, because
well, you've seen your share of trolls, so I mean, if you give me your honest assessment that he's basically 90% trolling, I'm gonna kind of go with that because I think so.
I would say part of what he's saying is just kind of trollish behavior because he doesn't want to answer hard questions. A part of it, I think there are certain sections where he is, well, I guess, more lucid. To where he does actually participate in the conversation, but he's not all there, I would say.
But when he's confronted with things that are demonstrable evidence against his position, that's when he goes to his illicitity and trolling, just weird laughter. Well, that was entertaining, though. I'll give you that. I'm sorry, Isaiah, you weren't around for your initial discussion with Blake because you left and.
Oh, I wasn't feeling good.
You should have said something, but that's okay. I hope you're feeling better.
Okay. I forgot to ask you, Isaiah. I keep forgetting to ask you. What are you studying in college?
I'm not in college.
Oh, you just study this on your free time?
Yep.
He's rather autodidactic. I mean, he can actually read things and actually understand them.
At the moment, I just have a bunch of free time, so I can just download papers and read them. That's what I do.
I am all for it.
Read? Stop that crazy talk.
I'm the exact opposite. I have a scientist. Well, actually, you'd probably be interested. You know scientist Sam, right?
We both do, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Did he give you a copy of his thesis?
No.
No, I know he was working on something with I don't know if it's poison distributions of alleles or something like that. Was that what his thesis on?
It's on a ribosome. I don't want to get it wrong. But he's working with ribosome detection, basically a new avenue on I'm trying to fight this boss and think about it. Something to do with ribosomes. So I will link you the paper after this boss fight so you can read it.
It's funny.
I've only got the first 2 pages.
Well, we were in a NEF hangout, and I was talking about ribosomes, and I was pretty sure what I said was pretty well correct. I made one mistake because I was talking about proteins joining with each other. I meant to say amino acids, but we were talking about the subunits of the ribosome in prokaryotes and eukaryotes, and he corrected me, but then he looked in and he was like, "Oh, I think what you said was right," and I was like, "I thought it was too," because you have two subunits in the ribosome, right? You have the S50 and the S30, or you have the S60 and the X40, correct?
I honestly wouldn't know, man. I have not looked into.
But I mean, even if I was a minor error, I mean, again, it's been so many years that I'm not expected to remember biology from college. But I did take, I had to study the cell and ribosomes, and the citric acid cycle, which confused the shit out of me. But.
Really complicated.
I mean, don't feel bad, because it's like you have folks like our good friend Ronnie Rodriguez, who he's memorized for the better part of fucking last 4 years how adenosine triphosphate operates, and he's got it down. He has memorized that process. Does he actually know how it works? No. He doesn't. Can he do any of the math?
Because if you look at all the metabolic pathways for ADP, that shit is beyond fucking hard, man.
Yeah, no, it's
probably one of the hardest subjects in science.
It is a pretty complex system that works to take adenosine diphosphate and turn to adenosine triphosphate. Just that process itself is entangled in fucking a mesh of
glycol pathways and all these pyruvates and
systems doing shit. I'll say.
I got up to basically where I kind of understood where in a aminoacyl tRNA synthase, there's a charging mechanism that you have the amino acid being charged to the anticodone, and that really uses ADP to do it. That's about a level I was able to understand how it was able to do that. But when it got into the Krebs cycle, I'm like, this is just fucking magic, man.
Yeah, dude. That's why I'm like, you know what? Before I get into genetics, I think I want to, because I took my 2 biologies and the labs years ago. And this is years before I joined the Army. So this was back in 2007, around 2006, 2007. And so I'm just like, I want to. Wow, I got that roll. I want to.
Go ahead.
I want to go back over the principles of biology, and before I jump into fucking genetics.
Refresh yourself. Yeah, I mean, learn what the Golgi apparatus does, and the endoplasmic reticulums, the soft, the rough. I mean,
yeah,
you gotta learn those basics over again. But what'd you get in your ASVAB, just out of curiosity?
111 or something like that.
No, your AFQT. Because your the highest AFQT you can get is 99.
Oh no, I'm thinking my GT score. I have to go look at it again. All I remember is my GT was like 111. I know it was. What was the highest for GT?
99 is the highest you can get for AFQT.
99. Maybe 67, 68.
I got a 99. I'm proud of it. Yes.
Well, yeah, because you and my cousin both were nukes.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You said before So he went the entire nuclear power program. He graduated the 190 hours prototype.
Well, he was, I want to say, 3/4 of the way through, and he got ulcerative colitis.
Oh, well, yeah. I think I remember. So I think he probably made it to the dark side that we called. If you ever get a chance to ask him.
I mean, he said he was through the bulk of it. And he was out studying 8 to 10 hours a day. Just
yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, he's not kidding. I mean, we literally were there from 6 o'clock in the morning to midnight. It's obscene how much studying we had to do.
Yeah,
I wouldn't recommend it to anybody.
But they said it's a master's level fucking education.
It's ridiculous. I cannot even describe to you how obscene amount of information. It wasn't master's level. I would say it's about equivalent to 300 to 400 level on some classes. The problem wasn't the difficulty. The problem was the amount of information they expect you to regurgitate in any one given time. I mean, you're cramming for 2 years. It's that pace.
Yeah,
Which,
I'm not surprised, dude. That's the same. They did the same thing to us, because I was a combat medic, and so to become an EMT, it usually takes like 9 months. They crammed it into 9 weeks.
isn't that obscene? I mean, so you know
It's
what I'm talking about.
ridiculous. Yes.
You
Oh,
basically
yes.
eat, breathing, living out of a fucking book. And then did you have qualifications where they just like you had to go test on a certain aspect of whatever the
Oh,
CMT would be doing?
yes.
You know,
Well,
did you get a thing signed? Did you have like a signature
oh
thing
yeah,
you had to
we
get?
had
Yeah.
we had no, like we actually had actual EMTs coming, and we had like for all intents and purposes we were we were qualified and certified EMTs. Like
Mhm.
our certification was transferable. That's the same. It was the exact same EMT license you would get in the civilian world. We had to actually acquire that before we continued on to what we call whiskey phase, where you learn how to be a combat medic in the Army. So you had to learn how to be a civilian EMT, then unlearn a bunch of stuff, and then learn how the EMTs do it in the Army.
What do you know what do you remember what your attrition rate was? How many people made it through?
Oh, the attrition rate, I want to say it was
Probably high.
37%.
Oh, that's not terribly
It's
bad.
not too bad, but
Mine was
I mean, that's
our class was
average.
67%.
Yeah, we start off with 1,230. I'm ballpark. I want to say 1,230 people, and graduated. I want to say 345.
And would you say that they dropped mostly because of the stress and the pace it was more than anything else?
Yeah, it was the fact that you had to maintain at least an 85 average in the classroom at all times. You dropped below that, you were done. Like, I mean, they gave you a chance to retake certain tests, but after that, you were done. You were gone.
And if you purposely failed stuff, or if they didn't think you were working hard enough, you could be charged with dereliction of duty.
Yep. Oh yeah, and there was a few people that just said, "Fuck it, I'm not doing it," and they just like, "You're done. You can get the fuck out, or you can become a truck driver."
We had people. I don't think they got dishonorable. I think we had one or two maybe get a general discharge, but the worst ones they go into the fleet as bosun's mates, E1s. They got busted down, and basically were swabbing decks, like for 4 years. Which, I mean, I'm almost envious because I mean, but. I would think this guy's the shittiest thing you can do with the Navy is to be a bosun's mate for like 4 years for E1.
Oh god, and you're literally working from the bottom up, just.
Yeah, because we got our E4 Chevron right out of A school, and then I got E5, and then I was frocked E6 before I got out. But I mean, when we talk about these things, I don't think anybody who's ever not been through this type of programs. I would say that the medical, nuclear, and cryptography are probably the three fastest, ridiculous-paced programs of any military.
Yeah, I mean, I envy.
It's not like college.
No, you don't walk in with your Starbucks and kind of mosey into class, right as they're closing the door, and put your head on your desk when you're tired. It's none of that shit. You fucking get there 15 minutes ahead of time, or your ass is on the ground and we had to go to class in full kit. Full fucking, and I was over 300 pounds in my full kit.
Wow, that would suck.
Did you
ever get caught nodding off? And do you ever get sent to the back of the room to stand up?
Oh no, I was. They actually liked me in class because I was one of the more knowledgeable folks. But there was quite a few times where me and the entire class was in the front leaning rest position. The entire class. And
rest?
No, front leaning rest. Like we were in push-up position.
What's that? Oh, okay.
We call it
parade rest, but
no, but they had us. I mean, and mind you, it's hot. This is in San Houston, Texas, and so we're in full kit, learning from PowerPoint slides in a push-up position.
Well, you guys had technology. We had chalkboards.
Yeah, it was a little bit more.
I graduated nuke school in well, the entire program, I would say, I graduated in 1989. My class was 88, but was the class number. But nuke school was 89. But it was in Orlando, Florida for nuke school, and it was hot as fuck, man. It was humid and miserable. But at least we were inside most of the time, so I don't envy you.
Yeah, it was. I enjoyed my time. We're actually thinking about moving to Texas.
But isn't it nice not to be an idiot, that you feel like you accomplished something because you went through that kind of fast pace, which to me, I think is more impressive than anybody who attends college, because
it is, because
college is a breeze.
It's different, and that's why I hear certain, I'm in the classes with like 18-year-old, white girls, that are like 100 pounds, soaking wet, and so I hear them complain about stuff, and I'm like, you know what, you've never shit in the desert, and I'm thinking that to myself. but
Yeah.
I don't, I really don't say anything. But the instructors that are closer to my age, or they kind of have a soft spot for the non-traditional students because we've kind of been around the block a little bit, and I'm rapidly approaching 30, so I don't make the kind of
They're like,
excuse.
oh, you have so much work, and I'm like, oh my god, this is like
No,
the work I had to do in college. I basically was laughing at. Not that it was, you know, it just basically it didn't take very long compared to doing 5 hours of homework every night minimum, as you
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
And the homework I had was classified, so you had to be in the class to do it. So you were stuck there all fucking day.
Yeah, I mean, I just getting up at 05, doing PT for an hour and a half, hour and a half, I want to say, then going to class, or no,
Going to
we had
chow and then go to class.
we go to chow, and then we went back to our bays, got dressed, then got in formation to go to class. Stayed in class for fucking like 8 hours, and then got back out, and we went to like dinner chow, or some people would just kind of skip dinner chow and just head back to the bays or whatever. But it was like
I definitely feel for you, buddy. I know. I mean, I can't say I was in the exact same position, but similar. I mean, we did our PT, we did the chow thing. Mine wasn't as physically demanding, maybe per se, but military is military. It's always going to be some physical demand.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I did kind of envy the corpsmen because they didn't even touch their kit, and we would talk to the corpsmen on the weekends because they would go to the same like little pubs, like we would go to pubs and stuff on the Riverwalk, and we would say, hey, how are you guys class doing? What are y'all covering? So, oh yeah, we're going over musculoskeletal, we're going over fucking field sanitation. And it's like, oh yeah, did y'all wear y'all kits today? No, that's just been in our lockers. Like, what? Like they didn't even touch it. Like not even like they got issued their TA-50 and then never picked it up. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And we're putting this shit on every day, right? We're running around the bays with it on and tackling each other.
How many pounds is that shit?
Well, for me, I want to say there's a picture on my Facebook that I have up now when I'm in like top condition, and I'm 200 and I want to say 19 pounds. When I put on my full kit, I was I want to say 300. I want to say 300 pounds.
80 pounds?
Yeah. Well, you gotta think about it. I'm 6'2", so all of my gear is large. So my SAPI plates, all that stuff is large. My fucking helmet's huge, and so with that plus my aid bag, I am almost 300 pounds.
Fuck, I would have died, man.
Well, that's why I'm getting my compensation.
I would have survived.
Well, I'm not even 30 years old, man. I have mild arthritis in both knees. Had no clue until I got out.
Yeah, I'm sure it kind of weight. I mean, that's a lot of extra weight on that to be carrying around.
Well, that and I would the PT that I put myself through was ridiculous. I would do what's called intermittent fasting, and so I would eat once every 24 hours, and I would do PT 3 times a day. And that was just to stay in shape.
Why did you? I mean, obviously you don't do much exercise now, or do you still do PT
no,
stuff?
fuck no. I sit here and I talk on the internet. I eat
what
I want. Yes. Yeah, I don't do any PT now. I'm thinking about getting back to kind of a liquid diet that I used to do with like I had this mixture of kale and strawberries and blueberries and spinach, and it was really good, really really good. And I lost a lot of weight because I would sustain myself primarily with that.
No, I would think kale would be a good way to lose weight. I was a little bit chubby at one time, not like you're 219, but I mean, I just had a diet of basically fish and rice for main staple for a couple months, and I dropped probably a good 20-25 pounds.
So what now?
The thing is, I gotta make food I gotta think about my family, so I'll usually eat what they're eating. I'm trying to it's sad that I took a health and fitness class or whatever and eating like shit, but I gotta kind of get with my wife now that she has a different schedule. She's probably going to be making dinner again, which I'm going to still assist in and try to get a little bit more healthy diet. Try to go out more with my son, but it's more of a Isaiah, man, can you turn it down a little bit?
Hold on, I'm in the wrong room right now.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm Drag. I'm assuming you were entertained tonight. You had some fun.
Oh yeah, that's always entertaining.
I wish there was more entertainment value. I wish there was some other people other than the two we had, so this wasn't as entertaining as I had liked it to been, because the first person actually kind of left, and he was at least trying to be rational. He was wrong, but at least he was not trolling. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind talking to the guys who just they have that position because, well, I see this and it doesn't sound right, and so I legitimately understand those guys. They have a misrepresentation of what stuff is, and they don't get it, and that makes sense. I got that.
But they're willing to learn.
Yes, and that's what really stands out. I
don't think he even has an idea how much he doesn't even know.
No, he hasn't. He can't even begin to understand how ignorant he really is. But I don't expect him to fully understand it until later, and I don't think he really has the intention on learning.
But you notice though he basically bases his belief on what Ken Hovind has to say or what his family or whatever. I mean that's not how you form your own conclusions. And I understand people do that when they're young; they have kind of no choice. I get that, but I think these things that we talked to him about, maybe have planted a seed like later on might grow. That hey, maybe what Ken Hovind's telling you is complete bullshit.
Yeah, it's the inability for folks to think for themselves is kind of one of those things that it's hard for anyone to address because we all, kind of defer to somebody, and so they'll conflate, or completely relying on someone with, deferring to an expert in the field because their position and their evidence points toward a consensus that has, already been made.
Right, and even if we accept that consensus or not, I mean, there's some things that are way beyond our levels here. I mean, considerably, and yet we rely on, like you said, experts in the field to evaluate that. And my only argument on those things is, well, if you think the expert is wrong, give me an expert level paper and we read it and submit it to the experts. I may not understand it. I like to read it for my own edification. But why don't you write an expert level paper and submit it? And they'll be like, well, the peer review process, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, you know what? If the idea is good, it gets through.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I've heard that. Oh, it's rigged. No creationists can get through. I'm like, no, there are creationists who have published papers and peer-reviewed papers.
Yeah,
it's just not on creationism.
Yeah, but they're not specifically dealing with that creation. But there are PhDs creationists that have published papers, but they're not theological in nature. They're scientific in nature. There are very few that have, but there are a couple.
Yeah. So I get all
but then you read something like on Answers in Genesis that Humphreys or Tompkins comes up with, and it's bullshit. Because they didn't publish as a peer review paper, they published an AIG, and and Isaiah and I can go look at it and go, what the fuck? This guy is not telling the truth here, and then demonstrate that's not true. Yeah. But I'm gonna go get some food and some other stuff. I might jump into St. Tommy's, hang out later. It's early for me, and I'm bored out of my mind. I'm not talking to you, obviously. I love talking to you. I don't know why, but you're entertaining, man. I just wish we could get people in here where you can really strut your stuff, because when you start to really go off, it's a masterpiece to see sometimes.
Yeah,
Jungle Jargon is.
Oh God, drag
never gets old. It never gets old.
It is entertaining.
I will never get tired
of it. I love Jungle.
But he's hilarious. I know he's going to be dishonest, so me just kind of setting up a scenario where he can be dishonest just makes it even better. I literally say things because I know he's going to lie. And so I give him an opportunity to lie, then say, hey, I'll even say, hey, watch this. And then say something, say, okay, that's really interesting, Jungle, so what do you think about X? And then he'll contradict what he just said. After I've corrected him, he'll then say he said it the entire time. It's like, no, he didn't. That's one of his go-tos.
Well, that's the problem with having these positions. I mean, unless you're coming from a position where you can have some evidential basis for it, we all kind of maybe shift our positions on some things. I'm fine with that. I can't remember the last time I have, but it can happen. But when you specifically have a position based upon non-science, you're all over the place, as we've seen so many times. I just don't think they have a coherent model.
About Jungle Jargon is he'll ask for evidence for something like evolution. You'll give it to him. He can't refute it. And the next day, he'll say there's no evidence for evolution, even though he couldn't refute the evidence you gave.
I can't believe you, because you're an atheist. No, atheists lie.
Oh, yeah. Or he'll go, what's another one? He'll make a claim, a wild fucking claim, and then he'll not give you any evidence for it. And it's even with the Bible. And I thought that was interesting when CJ called him out and said, how are you a Christian? Like, as a Christian, you're supposed to be able to defer to the Bible, for your basis, and you can't do that. It's like if you're going to tell somebody that, then how are you even remotely a Christian?
It's funny. We were talking about pressure and pressure, volume, and temperature earlier. I just found out like 2 days ago that I guess Neff had made a claim. I don't know if it was recent or not, I got to check into it. That he specifically said that pressure and temperature have no relationship to each other.
Oh, he's fucked. I literally just did a lab on that just last week. Yes, it. No matter. Where is it? Hold on. Wait.
But this was his claim. He was asserting this as a fact, I guess.
Here, check this shit out. Check this shit out, dude. Can you see that?
I see the graph. Temperature, okay, yeah. Is that a pressure volume graph?
Yes.
Okay.
Literally just did a lab on that.
Well, we obviously know there's a relationship. Even enthalpy is dependent upon your pressure and your volume. An enthalpy of the steam from a reactor is, you have to look at a Mollier diagram. They're intricately related to each other of how much its energy, in this case mechanical energy, you're going to get out of the steam. You're going to draw out of that based upon the pressure and the volume of it. So I don't know how they can say there's no relationship when we know there is, because the shit works. I guarantee it.
I don't know. Neff is known for making shit up, so it's not very surprising that he would again fabricate information statements. But it's so
back
funny.
On the wall.
Oh man, he gets really defensive. Oh yeah, he gets really defensive when you start calling him out. Especially if you know, or just ask him any of the math. That's kind of his new trigger. Ask him any of the math that's involved with anything that he's saying, and he'll just go, "Oh, I guess you don't want to have a conversation about it." I'm like, so we're.
Well, I'd be hard pressed. I don't remember the math, but I he shows it to me. I could probably look at it and determine, but I don't think he's ever even been exposed to the maths. I don't think he's had calculus. I don't think he's had anything beyond maybe basic algebra. My weakness was trig. I suck at trig. I hate it. I cannot stand it. It's the world's worst subject known to man. But calc I did okay, and I understand calculus level things, but trig sucks, dude. When you start getting into hyperbolic functions and arctangents and sine, cosine I can understand, and tangent obviously, but anything beyond that, I'm lost.
Well, what I found out is that if I have motivation to kind of learn some of these things, then it works out better for me. And what I found is that, by talking to certain people like this, it gives me a little bit more encouragement to kind of learn it. So I'm going into it. I know that, I'm going to be talking to Nephilim Free about whatever this is, whatever a topic is. And so I can, as I'm learning it, I can go, that's what I'm going. This is why I'm going to remember. This is an added reason for me to kind of keep this in my recollection for safe use.
You said you're taking pre-calc now or something?
Yeah, I'm going to be taking it next semester. I'm trying to decide what time, because my wife
boring. I took pre-calc after I got out of the Navy. It was obviously it was easy, but it was boring as shit. It's all about Newton's finding the 0 points of a graph of polynomials using Pascal's triangle. It's all binomial expansions and things like that. It's so tedious and so boring.
And I was studying pre-calc before I got out of the Army. I actually have a book still on pre-calc that I got from the library on base. But I need mathematics classes. Honestly, I improved my GPA, so I'm always happy to take mathematics classes. And,
you can do really well in pre-calc. It's not hard. It's just boring. It's actually pretty simple. But
I don't mind it being boring. It's just
that's it. I can't. I don't like boring. I'm just unentertained.
Well, I found out if I talk to the instructor and ask questions, I stay awake instantly. It doesn't matter how I could be on the verge of passing out and going comatose, but if I start asking a question, talking to them, I instantly wake up.
Yeah, because you're engaged.
Yeah, and it's so funny that I found that out. Near fucking 30 years old. But
well, learn the fundamental theorem of calculus and learn basically how a derivative is, and you've got pre-calculus down, and of course finding the nth roots of a polynomial, how a polynomial changes if you change you have the structure ax squared plus bx plus c, how any of those things change, how the parabola changed, and you can ease the course the entire time. It's really, I swear to God, all you got to do is memorize how the parabola and how things change on the graphs, and you're golden. It's that simple.
Yeah, I kind of figured it would be revolved around that.
Advanced warfare. If you get honored, damn yes.
Are you okay, Isaiah?
I don't know. I mean,
Anyways, I got to go some food. I'm starving all day. I woke up and I immediately got into Isaiah's to moderate for him, which didn't last very long. But I will be back in about an hour, and then I'm going to jump into St. Tommy's or whoever's around, and I'll get a hold of you, Isaiah. And if you find anything interesting tonight, other than Nephilim's, because I won't go to Nephilim's Hangout.
No, I don't go to Nefs anymore.
Good. Yeah, let me know, okay?
Sure.
Thank you all for joining us, and it's always a pleasure. This was fun. I did laugh. I got an entertainment value out of it, so